Okay, the time is now 9 o'clock. Chairman Hanson, I'll take your cue when you're ready to start.
Okay. First, I want to welcome everybody to today's Planning Commission. And Janet, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Janet.
Commissioner Gupta,
Here.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Here,
Commissioner Ketchum,
Here.
Commissioner Santa Cruz.
You are on mute.
Let me unmute him. There you go. Commissioner
Okay,
Santa Cruz,
Here.
Chairman Hanson,
Here.
and staff is represented by Monowitz and Fox.
Thank you. I want to welcome also the audience and give you a brief outline how today will work. We have, I'll let my clock on. So we have 3 items that are new on our agenda and 1 continuing item. The way we proceed normally is staff gives a presentation, followed by the applicant if they wish to speak to the item. During both of those periods, the commission will be asking questions of staff, and if should the applicant come forward, we'll ask them questions too, or we may invite them. We'll each take our own turn at this and followed by follow-up. After that, we will open up for public comment, of which then we will have staff respond to any questions or any questions we may have, and we'll go into in-depth questions and deliberations and hopefully come to some sort of resolution or vote at the end of that. The continuation item, we will pick up from where we left off in Redwoods and Half Moon Bay, and of which we already had the staff report, the applicant, the questions, initial questions by the commission, followed by public comment. We're expecting a response from staff, and we'll pick it up from that point there. Our first item on the agenda is the minutes from the previous meetings. Is there any further updates, corrections, or a motion to accept them?
I move we accept the minutes.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion. All those in favor, please go through the roll call. Janet?
Commissioner Ramirez,
aye.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Chairman Hanson.
Aye.
Great.
The beginning of each meeting, we have an opportunity for public comment. This is your opportunity to speak to the commissioners for items that are not on today's agenda. Again, this is not for items on today's agenda. Do we have anybody who wished to speak or has raised their hands, Janet?
I do see one person on the call who has raised their hand. I did just want to mention that I have my colleague Sherry Goldston on the call, and she'll be able to give us instructions and direction on how to raise your hand and use that feature. So Sherry, I'll leave it up to you.
Thank you, Janet, and thank you, Chair. For those that are joining this meeting on the Zoom video conference, we will use the raise hand feature in order to organize any public comments. During this general public comment period, and for each item on the regular agenda, I will ask those members of the public who wish to speak to click the raise hand feature in order to be called for the item. For those that are joining by phone, you may press *9 to use this feature. And Mr. Chair, I do see 2 hands raised at the moment. I will first call Ron Snow, followed by Sid Young. Ron, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Yeah, we have in our, thank you for letting me speak. We have in our neighborhood a planning permit to remove a tree. And this is on Leland Avenue in West Menlo. The problem we have here is that the applicant just totally fraudulently is probably a better word, identified the trees that were going to be removed. We were able to save an ash tree that he wanted to remove. He originally said that was only 12 inches in diameter. It turned out it was 36 inches in diameter. And then he's also trying, so he's decided to keep that tree. Another tree that was to be removed is a redwood tree, which he claims is 20 inches in diameter. But actually the tree he wants to remove is over 57 inches in diameter. I'm sorry, 57 inches in circumference. And he had said it was 20 inches in circumference. So the question I have is that I've had this situation for tree removal in our neighborhood before, where the applicant and the tree inspector basically lied and provided false information. And the follow-up on this was nothing. No one was punished. No one was reprimanded. No one was anything. So one is what I would like to understand at some point, maybe someone can get back to me on the policy for fraudulent permits or with fraudulent information on them. And the other is, these are significant tree that is being moved. The answer from the planner is that, well, this is going to be a second unit, like an in-law unit. And so the significant tree ordinance doesn't apply. And it really is, we're relying on county to protect these significant trees. And if this house was just moved like 1 degree or 2 degrees in its orientation, all those trees would be free and clear, and there'd still be all the setbacks needed for the house. So it just seems like a minor thing to ask the developer to just move the orientation of the house so that the trees can be saved, especially these significant trees.
Okay, thank you very much. And can we get to the next speaker, please?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Now we have Sid Young. Sid, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Sid Young in Moss Beach, and my specific question is, due to the COVID pandemic, I was just wondering, how will San Mateo County be able to move forward financially on proposed projects in the unincorporated coast side, especially Highway 1 improvements, as mentioned in Connect the Coast Side? I was on the MCC video when Joe Leclerc mentioned that quite a bit of the Connect the Coast Side projects were yet to be funded, or didn't know where the funding source was going to come from. So I don't know if anyone can answer that.
Is that all the questions you have?
That was my question. How is San Mateo County doing financially moving forward on projects?
Okay, at this point, I'll turn it back to Steve if he can briefly help the two callers with what their options are and what resources they can go to from here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Steve Monowitz here, Director of the Planning and Building Department. And Mr. Snow, I will have my staff get back in touch with you regarding your comments. And with regard to the comments from Ms. Young, the financial situation of the county is, still to be determined. Certainly, the month of March and April were difficult times for the county. May is looking like we're rebounding when it comes to sales tax and other things. So it's, I think, too early to say what the impact of the coronavirus will have on the county's economy. Future funding of major infrastructure improvements is always something that is challenging to predict. And all I can say at this point is that the county remains committed to obtaining the funding it needs to accomplish the infrastructure improvements required, not only for the project that will be considered later today, but for existing needs.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Okay, and particularly, just personally, you know, if you can follow up on any tree issues, I always appreciate it, so thank you. We'll go to our first regular agenda item. Janet, can you read it in, please?
Sure, no problem. Before we do that, I just wanted to mention, I wanted us to close public comment. And then also I wanted to let you know that I did not receive any written correspondence for items not on the agenda. So if I can do a roll call to close public comment.
Sure.
Commissioner Ramirez? You're muted.
Oh, there. Aye.
Commissioner Gupta?
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum? Ketchum?
You're muted.
Muted.
No.
Sorry, aye.
No worries. And Chairman Hansen?
Aye.
Hey, Arturo.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And so if that's okay with you, Chairman Hansen, I want to move on to the,
El cumbo que dejaste allí es el de nosotros.
let me mute Commissioner Santa Cruz. Okay.
Thank
Perfect. So item number 1, we have owner applicant. It's Planning and Building Department, San Mateo County. File number PLN 2019-00363. Location various. And we have project planner William Gibson on the line. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Janet. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Let me just share my screen and open the PowerPoint. And if you cannot see it, please let me know that there's a problem. All right. So the project before you, commissioners, is, as shown here, an ordinance repealing sections 7900 through 7911 of the county ordinance code and adopting a new chapter 22.6 of the zoning regulations to update the county's density bonus program as required by state law. A little background on the purpose of this update. The county's density bonus program was adopted back in 1993, and it implements the state's density bonus law, which is Government Code Section 65915. The purpose of both the state law and the county's program is to incentivize the creation of affordable housing and housing for other specific dedicated populations by granting additional density and relief from other development standards in exchange for the provision of this housing. The county's ordinance has not been updated since its adoption, and state law has changed on multiple occasions and is significantly different than it was at the time of adoption. So the county is required to update our ordinance to comply with the state law. And in addition, the county density bonus program is part of the ordinance code, but it's not available online. This update would incorporate it into the zoning regulations as a new chapter, just to allow the public to have easy access to it and for the planners to be able to use it more easily as well. So the basic provisions of the density bonus program: projects that provide what are called qualifying units, which are housing units in various affordability categories or dedicated to other specifically designated populations, are allowed additional units beyond the maximum density that would otherwise be allowed. And this is called the density bonus. Projects are also allowed various exceptions to other development standards, including height, setbacks, floor area ratio, parking requirements, and a range of others. And the basic categories of the qualifying units that are required to be provided in order to get the density bonus are, as shown here, very low income housing, moderate income housing, housing for foster youth, disabled veterans, and the homeless, housing for low income college students, and 100% senior housing provided at any income level. So the way it works essentially is the additional density that's allowed in exchange for the units provided begins once a minimum threshold of units is provided, and that can be 5% or 10% or a different number depending on the category of the qualifying units. And then it increases in proportion to the units that are provided above that minimum on a sliding scale. And typically the density for most of the categories is capped at 35%, but there are some cases where the additional density may exceed that. So for example, in the case of very low income households, if a minimum of 5% of units in a project are dedicated to very low income households, a 20% bonus is allowed, and then this increases by 2.5% for each additional percentage of units up to a max of 35%. Similarly, if a minimum of 10% of units are moderate income, a 5% bonus is allowed, and then that increases by 1% for each additional 1% of units provided, up to a max of 35%. So you can see that for each category of qualifying units, the minimum threshold is different, and the amount that that bonus increases for each percentage of units provided is also different. So it varies across the categories. And here's an example of how that works. You can see in the left-hand column is the qualifying unit percentage, and then you can see the minimum. For instance, in very low, it's 20, and then it increases by 2.5%. 10% for low income, 10% for moderate. The minimum is different, and the increase in the percentage is also. And here's a similar example for some of the other categories that I mentioned. The full table is in the staff report, but these are just some abbreviated examples of how that works. So in addition to those qualifying unit categories that I just described, there are other bonuses available for some non-unit categories. These are rare. We typically do not see them, but they are allowed under the state law. One is land dedication. If a developer donates land, dedicates land to the county that can be used for affordable housing, they are allowed a density bonus in proportion to the amount of land provided. There's a child care bonus that for childcare space as part of a project that is also providing affordable housing, and the density bonus is based on the proportion of childcare square footage provided. And then there are additional bonuses for 100% affordable housing, which can reach 80% over the otherwise allowed density or even greater in some specific circumstances. So the basic crux of the density bonus program is that additional density that is allowed in exchange for the units. But as I noted, there is also relief from various development standards, and that's known as incentives and concessions. Again, this can include almost any development standard. It can be height limits, setbacks, floor area limits, architectural standards, building bulk, separation between buildings, an entire range of others. And the basic allowance is shown here for projects with 5% low income, 10% or 10% low or 10% moderate income. One incentive, one relief from development standard is allowed. For 10% very low, 20% low, 20% moderate, it's 2, 3, as shown here for 15% low, 30% lower, or 30% moderate. 100% affordable projects are allowed 4 incentives in total, and there's an additional incentive for projects that provide childcare space in addition to the affordable housing. On top of those incentives and concessions, density bonus law allows specific parking reductions, which are not tied to those. So density bonus projects are eligible for the parking reductions shown here. They must provide only 1 space for studios and 1-bedroom units, 2 spaces for 2 and 3-bedroom units, 2.5 spaces for 4-bedroom or more units, and projects in proximity to transit, 100% affordable projects, single rental projects, and some special needs projects may achieve further reductions in their required parking. There's also a provision in the program that is called waivers. These are essentially incentives and concessions, but how this works is a project can get whatever incentives and concessions it qualifies for, but if there is a development standard that it can demonstrate is physically precluding the development of the project, the project proponents can request a waiver of that development standard in addition to the incentives and concessions that are otherwise provided. So the qualifying units that are provided in exchange for the density bonus must have certain characteristics and are restricted in certain ways. They must be similar in type, in location, and distribution in the project in a way that's comparable to the market rate units that are in the project. They must be dedicated long-term for sale or for rent to residents who meet the income restrictions and the other criteria for those specifically dedicated units. And to enforce that, they must enter into a contract with the county and record a deed restriction. And the county housing department, as is the case with our current ordinance, is in charge of certifying the eligibility of the prospective tenants or buyers of those units. So a question that comes up quite a bit in regard to the density bonus program is, can the county deny a density bonus or a specific incentive or a concession, parking reduction, or waiver of any of the standards that are provided as part of this program? And in general, we are required to grant the density bonus and the incentives and concessions. We can, in some cases, deny relief from the standards, but the burden is on us to demonstrate that there's a risk to health and safety, or that the relief harms a protected resource or is in some way contrary to law. So in practice, the program is effectively mandatory, and it's very rare that we can deny the relief that is afforded by the density bonus program. Another question that comes up is the relationship to our inclusionary housing ordinance. As you know, the county inclusionary housing ordinance requires multifamily projects of 5 units or greater to provide 20% of the units as affordable housing. If those units are in the categories that make the project eligible for the density bonus, they qualify for that density bonus, despite the fact that the county already requires them. So in effect, they don't have to go above and beyond the inclusionary ordinance. They merely need to provide what they are already required to provide, and if the categories are correct, they also qualify for a density bonus. And just to note, if you looked at the original density bonus ordinance that was attached to the staff report, you note that it was structured fairly differently from the current proposal. Our program was more generous than the state's program on its first adoption. We offered more density and greater relief for a variety of types of units that were not covered in the law, in the state law. And we also offered greater density in exchange for greater numbers of units on a scale that was more generous than the state's law. Since then, the state law has incorporated all of those other provisions that were in our local ordinance and has exceeded them and is actually far more generous than our program. So the current update simply implements the state law directly without additional provisions that are more generous than this. So in conclusion, this update replaces the county's existing density bonus program entirely. It ensures that we are consistent with the provisions of the state law. It publishes the density bonus ordinance in the zoning regulations so that it's accessible to the public and so it's easier to use for both planners and the public. It provides greater clarity on how the county implements the state density bonus law. Regarding environmental review, approval of the proposed ordinance is exempt under the general rule in CEQA. And in addition, the county is actually already required to apply the state density bonus law regardless of our local update. So we do not have the discretion to disapprove density bonus projects regardless of the fact that we haven't updated our ordinance, so it's already in effect. It is a project that affects the coastal zone, so the density bonus update applies to the entire county, including the coastal zone. It's an amendment to the implementation plan of the LCP, so it must be certified by the Coastal Commission. So if adopted, it will be submitted to the Coastal Commission for their review and for their certification. So finally, staff's recommendation. Our recommendation is the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors, based on the findings and conclusions, in the proposed ordinance, adopt an ordinance repealing sections 7900 through 7911 of the County Ordinance Code and adopting a new chapter 22.6 of the zoning regulations to update the density bonus program as required by state law and to waive the reading of the ordinance in its entirety. And before I close, I just note Commissioner Ketchum noticed one error in the text of the ordinance itself. There's a place where it should say fair market value and it says air markets. We will amend that should your commission forward this to the board. That'll be amended in the version that's forwarded. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Will.
And how I get out of screen sharing. There we go.
There we go. Okay, I'll start with the commissioners for questions. Commissioner Gupta, would you like to start us? Do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Actually, first question is a simple one. What I heard is that this ordinance is going to be county-wide. Does that mean it's not just for the unincorporated area of the county?
No, it's countywide in all of the unincorporated areas.
Only
But
unincorporated.
yeah, but the cities themselves are also required to implement the provisions of the state law. So in general, we all have a very similar ordinance that works very similar. So it's effectively countywide in the unincorporated and the incorporated areas, but ours only applies to the unincorporated.
Okay, thank you for that. So my second question is, I'm trying to understand how this density bonus, or we can call it qualifying units, how does it quantize how much waiver or incentive the applicant gets? How does it directly convert? Can you give me an example? Like, for example, somebody has one of those, say, a child care. How much how much bonus do they get?
So the childcare only gets you an additional bonus on top of what you already get if you're providing affordable housing. So what you would get, you would say you provided 5% of the units in the project as very low income housing. You would get 20% additional density on top of what you're already allowed. So if you had 10 units, 5% of them are very low income, you would get 2 additional units if you were capped at 10%.
Okay.
Then if you provided childcare, you might get, if you provided enough childcare, 1 more unit on top of that. So the childcare is kind of an extra that layers on top of the affordable housing.
Okay. Okay. And these are the density bonus is applicable to single family residences also?
Only multifamily housing. It's
Only
for
multifamily. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Good presentation.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Ketchum. Any
No questions. Thank you.
Ramirez, any questions?
Yeah, can you just also give me an example of the waiver system? How would it be applied, implemented, if you will?
Sure. So say a project comes in and they are eligible for one mandatory exception. So they say, you know, they are providing the right number of units, they're eligible for the density bonus, but they're providing only 10% of moderate income units, which gives them 1 waiver from development. They ask for a waiver from height, so they want to go above height. But then they also come to us and they say, but I can't build to the maximum density allowed by the density bonus program unless you give me relief from setbacks. The building won't fit. And it's physically precluded from being created with the additional density that the density program allows me, unless you also give me 1 waiver. And that is kind of how it works. So the waiver, they have to show us that the incentive is kind of guaranteed. If you qualify, you get an incentive. The waiver is, on the other hand, it's on them to prove to us that it makes the project physically impossible if they don't get it. So it's kind of a reversal. In the case of the incentive, for us to refuse it, we would have to prove that it's in some way harmful. In the case of the waiver, they have to prove that it's necessary.
Okay. Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Commissioner Santa Cruz, any questions?
Yes, I do have a question. If in your presentation, you're stating that what I see also on the presentation is the current program is more generous than the state. So basically, when it comes to bonus program, density bonus program, we are the ceiling rather than the floor in the interpretation of this provision. And if we are doing better and providing more benefit to the people, because now we are the ceiling rather than the floor, because the state mandates are stricter, why changing the law?
So I may not have been entirely clear on that, but it's actually the opposite. We were the ceiling. Now we're not. The state has exceeded us. So we are just catching up to the state. So in 1993, we were more generous. Now the state is far more generous. So what we are doing is just catching up. And in fact, the state is so generous that if we adopted this on our own, it's pretty unlikely that we would choose to offer provisions that are as generous as the state law. We don't have the discretion to not offer them. It's mandatory for us to comply with the state law. So essentially, the state law was much more limited back in 1993 when we adopted our ordinance. So we went above and beyond. But in the intervening time, the state law has changed and become more and more generous. And now they've passed us. And so all we are doing is saying, okay, we're gonna catch up and we're gonna match the state.
Oh, okay, because that's quite the opposite that I understand. And you
yeah, no, that wasn't quite clear, but yeah.
Okay, so besides allowing more density and the opportunity of increasing affordable housing for multi-families, what other kind of benefits do we have by matching this to the state?
Well, apart from the fact that we actually don't have a choice of not doing it because the law requires, part of the density bonus law at the state level is local jurisdictions must adopt an ordinance that complies with this. So we don't have a choice of not doing so. But in general, it aligns with the county's housing goals of increasing density, creating more housing to address our housing crisis, creating more affordable housing in general, and also meeting housing needs that are often underserved, such as homeless, transitional housing, veterans housing. In many cases, affordable housing is created, but it's not specifically targeted to categories that are underserved in an even greater way than just income categories. So it kind of addresses a number of challenges at the same time by incentivizing specific creation of those units. So it might not be the program that we would absolutely craft on our own, but it aligns fairly broadly with the county's overall housing goals.
So in terms of the other 50 plus counties in the state of California, how are we doing in relationship to this law when it comes to the state interpretation of the law?
Well, so it varies greatly. There are some other counties who have not caught up and updated their ordinance. There are many who have been updating it all along. You could arguably say we have not updated since 1993. We're a little late, but we have in fact been applying the state density bonus law without formally updating our ordinance, because that's the requirement as well. If we haven't updated our ordinance directly, we default to the state law. So in either case, all of the jurisdictions who are complying with the law are applying the state law, whether they've updated their ordinances or not.
Okay. Thank you, Ben.
I got a couple questions. When we have these units, whether low, very low, whatever, how are they distributed within the building?
So what we ask for is that they're distributed in size and in quality in the same way as the other units. So if there's a 1-bedroom low-income unit and a 2-bedroom low-income unit and a 1-bedroom market rate unit and a 2-bedroom market rate unit, we want them distributed in the same fashion. So they're not clustered together. All of the affordable units are not segregated in a specific area. They're broadly distributed evenly throughout the project in the same manner as every other.
And that's even by floors?
By floor, by building, however the distribution works in the project, we want them to follow that pattern.
Thank you. It's nice to hear that we're not warehousing people.
Yes, exactly. That's an explicit provision.
The one other thing I do worry about is parks, and not as in cars, but into recreation. As things get more density, having access to parks and stuff, is there any provision of making sure we're not under park for the location?
Not explicitly in this ordinance, no. And it only addresses the housing. I think that, that's always a concern. It's certainly a concern in the denser areas of the county, such as North Fair Oaks and other areas. But I think that's a policy we kind of have to address more broadly through policies that augment the park space that we have in response to the housing that we are constructing.
Okay. Does any commissioner have any follow-up questions? Kumkum.
Yes. A follow-up question to Commissioner Hansen's question. When this affordable or when permit is applied for a development, are affordable housing or houses as they are in that whole unit identified at that time itself?
So when they bring in an initial project application, they're not necessarily required to identify which specific units it will be. It tends to be more general, but what they will, we are requiring them to provide 20% of the units as affordable because of our inclusionary housing ordinance. If they want to get the density bonus, they'll have to tell us which category of units they will provide. Is it very low income? Is it low income? Is it moderate income? And what density bonus they want in exchange for that, and what incentives. And then as the project becomes more defined, then we start to ask them, yes, specifically defined. So they do have to define which units they are ultimately, because we'll have to, when you enter into the deed restriction to make sure that these remain affordable long-term, you have to identify which units those are so that they can specifically be contracted and required to stay that way.
Thank you, Will.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll open up the public comment period. Do we have any speakers?
Thank you. Yes, I do see one speaker on the call that raised their hand. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to Sherry, who will give instructions.
Thank you, Janet, and thank you, Chair Hansen. For those that are joining the Zoom video conference, we are now going to take public comment for item number 1. You may click raise hand in order to be called for this item. And for those joining by phone, you may press *9 to use this feature. I do see one hand raised for Greg Dieguez. Greg, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Thank you. Commissioners, for the past 2 years or so, I've been conducting a research project in growth, infrastructure, and sustainability. And I offer that as background for these questions because I've spoken to hydrologists, geologists, public works general managers, and so forth. So there's a small question and then a bigger question. The small question is, it would appear that these waivers that the density bonus is going to allow would allow the construction, for example, of a Miami Beach size high-rise on the coast, as long as they meet the affordable unit guidelines. And I realize that might sound ridiculous, but I'd like to hear what would prevent such a violation of the existing coastal height limit. Secondly, where's the county planning to get the water for this? And I mention that because the indications are we're entering a mega drought, and the hydrology of the entire water system in the state of California does not match the current infrastructure. Put another way, our infrastructure is counting on a hydrology that no longer exists. The snowpack is not as high, it's melting earlier. We don't have enough storage in our state water system. So my concern is this would appear to push the county toward expensive desalination or recycling of water and increase the cost of living for all existing residents because of the new joiners. And in a way, the idea of affordable housing would evaporate because of the cost of the public works infrastructure. So I wanted to know where the county is planning to get the water. And I realize you have a state mandate, but is anybody waking the state up to the fact that these regulations are moving ecologically and sustainability wise in the wrong direction? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any
Thank you.
other?
I don't see any more hands raised. I will now pass it over back to Janet in case there are any written comments.
Thank you, Sherry. There is no written comments for item number 1.
Thank you. Does staff like to respond to Greg's comments to us?
I would say just briefly, you have to recall that the density bonus is based on a percentage of the density that's already allowed in whatever zone a project is built in. The vast majority of the coast side is R1 zoning, which allows single family homes. It does not apply to any of those zoning areas. There are a few multifamily areas on the coast, but again, the density allowed, should those projects provide the right number of qualified units to qualify for density bonus, maxes out essentially at 35%. So there effectively is not a way that there would be high rises, probably in the vast majority of the county allowed by this that would not otherwise be allowed. It's a fairly small bump over what's already allowed, and it doesn't apply to.
He also had a question about water.
Well, I think that's a question that applies more broadly to all development in the county, and it's something that all jurisdictions are struggling with. But I don't think that on the coast side in particular, this greatly exacerbates that issue, but it's certainly just an issue that all of us are trying to grapple with in terms of sustainability going forward. But it's certainly, it's a broader question that doesn't just apply to this particular policy.
If I just could follow up on that, because one of the questions I do ask a lot through the last 10 years is how much water is available. And is there any grounds really to deny or delay by proving that the water will be there for the project?
I think I would turn that over maybe to Steve to talk about, in particular on the coast side, what the water constraints are. I do think if there are physical constraints that don't allow development, that does tend to trump most of our permissions, but Steve might be able to clarify a little bit more.
Yes, thank you, Will and Chairman Hansen. A couple points on this. In order for any project to make it in the door and for us to consider an application, they need to demonstrate that there is adequate water service available. Luckily on the coast side, for sites that have been designated for affordable housing, the water districts have reserved, they've set aside capacity to make sure that they will have water available for affordable housing. But certainly that needs to be established at the time of application. And if there's not water to serve the proposed density, then we could not approve that proposed density. Secondly, with regard to height limits and other concerns about resource protection, as Will mentioned, the density bonus can't be used in a manner that runs contrary to law. And it would not trump the coastal resource protection requirements of our local coastal program. So just because a project may be eligible for a density bonus, it does not mean that they can use that bonus in a manner that would, for example, violate scenic resource protection policies in our local coastal program. So I feel confident that we have adequate controls within our LCP to ensure that the density bonus program will not be carried out in a way that's unsustainable.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So this is our period for further questions or discussion. Does anybody have any comments?
I have a follow-up comment for Steve, Commissioner Hansen. And just out of curiosity, because when someone studied the law changes and everything, there's must be some sort of like comparison and effect and adverse effect in the current law. Out of curiosity, like I was directed the question to Bill initially, but maybe Steve knows a little bit of more, expand a little bit more in the answer, is that how many counties do we have that are not matching the state law currently, if they know that?
I don't have that data for you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Santa Cruz, but I would be happy to do some research and follow up with you.
Yeah, because this is a very interesting. I mean, why is it that the San Mateo County, beside not fitted exactly what the law now is, we are the floor rather than the ceiling? Why is it so concerned and interest in prioritizing to do in San Mateo versus other counties that we have, you know, in terms of like comparing what's the benefit of other counties in San Mateo? Obviously, there are other counties who has a different priorities when it comes to housing. You know, El Dorado County or Placer County or other counties are totally different than we are. But being that we are one of the biggest counties in California, so I just wonder what triggered that interest on changing the density bonuses and matching what state versus other counties. That's something that I have a curiosity only, basically.
Certainly. Well, I can tell you, Commissioner Santa Cruz, that when the county most recently updated its housing element, which is a required component of our general plan, we established as a policy within the housing element a objective to bring our housing regulations into compliance with state law, including density bonus, including inclusionary housing. So when the Board of Supervisors adopted the housing element, that included a directive that we undertake the action that is before you today. So that is one of the motivating factors. And I would say the other thing that motivates San Mateo County is because we have such a imbalance in the number of jobs and housing, particularly on the Bay side here, and we have such a dire need for additional housing that, as the Board of Supervisors stated when it adopted the housing element, we have a real interest in trying to provide a greater range of housing choices to our residents. So those are just a few of the motivating factors behind our proposal to you today.
Okay, yeah, kind of like it is a catch-22 when the state level, we criticize the federal level for climate changes impacting society and state level. And all these effects will bring to water resources and the density of people, and out of the sudden we at the state level and indirectly by county level, sort of like ecologically may be affecting the environment by increasing the density and, you know, and impacting the water resources. Just editorial comment for me, not directly to anyone in particular. Thank you.
Any more comments?
Nope.
Does anybody wish to make a motion?
I think we need to open it to the public, Chair Hansen.
Oh,
I think we did.
we did. We haven't closed it.
Oh, okay. So we need to close it, actually. Yeah.
Actually, so let's take a motion to close.
Motion to close.
I second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Chairman Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you.
I can make the motion if you like.
Please do.
Recommend that the County Board of Supervisors adopt an ordinance repealing sections 7900 to 7911 of the County Ordinance Code and adopting a new chapter 22.6 of the zoning regulations to update the density bonus program as required by state law and waive the reading of the ordinance in its entirety.
I
Second.
second.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. All those in favor, please say aye when we do roll call.
Yes. Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
No.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Chairman Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you.
We'll move to our second item. Could you read that one, Kenneth?
Item number 2, we have Paul and Ruth Horde, applicant, Bone Structure, file number PLN 2018-00154, location Magellan Avenue in Miramar, and the project planner is Ramel Panglao.
Good morning, Janice. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Good morning, Chair, fellow commissioners. This is staff's presentation on item number 2. This is the consideration of an addendum to an adopted initial study and mitigated negative declaration and a coastal development permit and design review permit to allow construction of a new 2-story, 4,350 square foot residence plus a 484 square foot garage and a 521 square foot second unit located on a legal 12,424 square foot parcel on Magellan Avenue in the unincorporated Miramar area of San Mateo County. 2 significant trees are proposed for removal. One of the 2 trees proposed for removal is jointly owned with the county. Minor grading is proposed. The second dwelling unit is a ministerial project that does not require review by the Planning Commission, and the project is appealable to the California Coastal Commission. Next, here you have a vicinity map showing the project site highlighted in yellow. Directly to the north of that site, you see Murata Surf Park. Here you have a bird's eye view of the parcel and a rendering of the project. Here we have the site plan. We have the floor plan of the first floor, the floor plan of the second floor, the elevations, and the landscape plan. In terms of the S94 development standards, the project complies. With respect to general plan policies, specifically the vegetative, water, fish, and wildlife resources policies, the project prevents significant adverse impacts on sensitive resources and protects sensitive habitats. In terms of the visual qualities policies, the project is compatible with the architectural style of the surrounding neighborhood as evidenced by the recommendation of approval from the CDRC. In terms of the urban land use policies, the project has adequate water and sewer services available. With respect to the local coastal program, specifically the sensitive habitats component, the house and the site improvements are outside of the prescribed 30-foot buffer zone from the center line of the intermittent stream that's located at Murata Surf Park. In terms of the visual resources component, the project meets design guidelines for coastal communities, once again, as evidenced by the recommendation of approval from the CDRC. In terms of environmental review, the staff report serves as an addendum to the adopted initial study and mitigated negative declaration, analyzing this permit application for single-family residence on the parcel and demonstrates that the subsequent environmental review is not required. In this process, we asked for updated biological reports, geotechnical reports, and hydrological reports and found that there were no new significant environmental effects. Therefore, staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve the coastal development permit and design review permit, county file number PLN 2018-00154, based on and subject to the required findings and conditions of approval identified in the staff report. That concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions. The applicant's team and property owners are also available, and I believe the applicant team would also like to make a presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Ramel. I'd love to share my screen if that's possible.
Okay.
Great. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity here to give a quick presentation on the project. The project architect. My name is Sarah Ebner, and I'm representing Bone Structure, who is the applicant here. Both Paul and Ruth Heward, our property owners, are also on the call, so they may join in with some comments as well. All right, so can everyone see the screen okay? Great, I'm seeing some nods, perfect. So I'll give just a quick overview of the design intentions of the project where it may pertain to more of the stylistic and features of the project. And then if there are zoning questions that come up, I'm happy to answer those, or Rumel, I'll punt those to you if you'd prefer it. So I think the main point of the design of this project was to respect the natural context of the property and the site in general. And to do that, what we did was try to develop a very low profile to the massing and some broader horizontal lines. So the wood finishes are intended to be kind of the main feature of the project that tie within and sink below the canopy lines of the existing cypress and Monterey pines that are there. So, you know, while this is a rather large home, the idea was that it does sit within the canopy of trees, both in the front yard, side yards, and is ultimately as respectful and sensitive to its natural site as possible. The home was developed with sustainability in mind as well. So, in general, there are large overhangs on all four sides, you know, especially in orientations where we do want to prevent solar heat gain on larger expanses of glass that, you know, do look out onto the ocean side. There's an incredibly thermally efficient envelope, and all of the glazing is incredibly efficient. This is one of the benefits of working with Bone Structure, which is a proprietary kind of kit system. And we can speak more to that if anyone's interested in hearing about the details of it. And then the flat roof, apart from it maintaining a very low massing profile and low height, does also offer the joint benefit of having the most flexibility for solar panel orientation. So that is an intention as well for the second story roof. The roof above the garage, which faces the coastal trail access, is intended to be a green roof. So again, just trying to maintain all sensitivities to the existing natural site, as well as you know, keeping sustainability in mind. The finishes of the overall structure are stucco, tile veneer, and a composite wood. So the intention, again, is that it can weather successfully here in the harsh climate of the coastal zone, while also, you know, blending as effectively as we can get within its natural site. I'm going to go take us to the site plan here and just talk a little bit more in detail about it. So while the property sits within all setbacks, the 10-foot setbacks on the sides, 20-foot in the front, and that 30-foot setback from the stream that Rumel had mentioned, the home itself is also rotated 12 degrees from Magellan Avenue's orientation. A few reasons for that. One, to be able to maximize the square footage of the home while respecting all of the required setbacks. The primary reasons, however, are to facilitate the best views we can get of the ocean while maintaining the maximum number of trees that are existing on the site. The intentions and the preference here of the project is to maintain every tree that's healthy and large enough to offer benefits in shading and maintaining the natural context of these lots. So that is one benefit as well to rotating. The other is privacy, to encourage privacy from the street and discourage direct onlooking to the neighbors across the street, as well as from the public to the home. And so that's a little bit of site. The lower volume of the garage was placed adjacent to the coastal access trail. One of the main reasons for that was to maintain as the smallest massing, visual massing as possible from that more public corner. So that was the logic there. And quickly walking through our plan, The home's ground floor is largely common space. So there's a family room, a living room that's part of a larger great room with dining and kitchen. There's a small powder room and a mudroom, laundry room that leads into the garage and mechanical spaces. Again, privacy was a major driver in the design and orientation of the floor plan. So what the ground floor does offer is a little bit of a buffer with the stairs leading up to the second level to shield views directly from Magellan into the home. There is a covered patio, and what the home does try to do to break the massing of all sides up is develop some or propose some recesses. So instead of it, feeling like one big block, what we've done is we've carved areas out to provide wind protection as well as designated zones for outdoor patio spaces. The second level includes an entertainment space that's adjacent to a partially covered lanai that faces out towards Miramar Beach. There are 3 bedrooms and 2 full baths upstairs as well. The master, again, facing the beach, and then 2 smaller bedrooms facing the front of the property. And then as we presented, there is a green roof on top of that single-story garage volume. I think we've kind of covered everything. I'll quickly walk us through the elevations. Glazing strategies, again, to protect and encourage privacy and minimize onlooking. Glazing was maintained at a minimal level on the front facade, and again sits back below the overhangs of those wood canopies. So the intention is, again, to shade effectively and also provide a little bit of a buffer between public and private views. There's a large amount of glazing proposed on the recessed areas, which sit within that covered lanai upstairs and then that recessed patio downstairs. And those obviously are to offer views of the beach and an indoor-outdoor relationship to the common spaces inside the home. I'll take us back to the plans and quickly talk about that second unit and just point in the direction of where it's located. So there is a second unit accessible from the exterior of the home, and that unit sits right here as a small 1-bedroom with a full bath, a small kitchen, and it is adjacent to the garage, so the intention is access would be provided through the side of the home. And there is no direct access between it and the remaining area of the home. So it is an independent second unit, which obviously sits within the full footprint of the home. So I think that's all we had. I'll leave it to Paul and Ruth if either of you want to add anything, and otherwise we're available for questions.
Thank you, Sarah and Ramel. We don't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you. Open it up for the commissioners for questions. Let's see who we got. Commissioner Ramirez, would you like to start us off? Do you have any questions?
Actually, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Santa Cruz.
I do have. I don't know if it's the right timing right now. Would maybe for the county size, I just want to find out that they said that one of the significant trees are jointly owned by the county, and I would like to know the location of those 2 trees to be removed, and if what is it that needs to be done when the permit is to discuss a joint property with the county, and if those requirements have been met.
Sure, I can address that for you. Give me one moment. I can bring up a slide that shows the location of these 2 trees. So let me do that here. Oh, okay, one moment. Okay, if you can just see this slide on my screen here, if you, I don't know if you're able to see my mouse, Commissioner Sanders, but this green dot here is that jointly owned tree. And so this area here is the entrance to Murata Surf Park. And so this is the jointly owned tree. And so there were discussions with the county arborists, with county parks, real property services, and planning staff about this tree specifically. There were concerns that the construction of this home would cause adverse impacts to the tree, ones that it may not be able to recover from per the county arborist. And so after a discussion with all the county agencies, it was determined that from a liability standpoint that it would be best if this tree were to be removed. And this was requested by county parks. And we do have concurrence from the property owner. Now you'll note in the set of conditions that were recommendations from the CDRC, they actually recommend a replacement to go in this general area, but actually on the private property to replace this for the future, so that there's still something big and evergreen in that spot. But per county parks, what was required for this was just concurrence. There won't be the need for an encroachment permit from parks.
Okay, Romel, can we maybe Mrs. Epner can, or you can, locate those to a specific tree, but in the diagram with the house already, you know, the design of the house versus the location of the tree, rather than see it in the great map right there. Yeah, right, kind of like there, yeah.
Let me pull that up for you. Give me one moment. Let's see if it's, so Commissioner Santa Cruz, if you see it, it's tree number 1. It's this tree here that sits on the property line. So relative to the house, you can see where the footprint of
Yeah. But I don't see that that may cause an adverse impact, which is too far away from the house.
So the county arborist's concern was the construction of the driveway to the garage. And so that's the side where the garage is. And so the driveway would encroach upon the drip line and cause root removal, among other things.
Hey, Romel, could I jump in real quick?
Yes.
So we fought to keep that tree for several months. And it was the county that insisted that it be cut down. We tried different forms for the driveway, no paving, gravel, anything, trenching, manual trenching, all these things. And I think ultimately the county has been maintaining that tree, and they come out every couple of months to cut it. And I think that it's really a liability savings for the county. It has very little to do with the house itself.
Yeah, so just to confirm, our arborist did not deem that it was needed. I think it was a county that had stated that. So the driveway issues was not part of that discussion. It was for another tree where we did all the tree protection mitigation. So we just wanted to clarify that from the owner's perspective of maintaining the tree. But we did concur because of the recommendations from the county and the safety reasons.
So Romel, the recommendation of the county, and you're talking about an arborist. Who paying for that arborist?
So the county has a county arborist on staff, Commissioner Santa Cruz, and so he's a paid employee like me or any other county staff.
A county employee.
Yes,
and
he's a county employee.
Okay, but then the applicants are talking about another arborist, or it's the same arborist?
So they have a project arborist. They have an arborist on their team, and so their arborist prepared a report that our arborist, the county arborist, reviewed. And that's the general process for a lot of the projects we have.
Okay, so they basically were saying that keeping that significant tree will impact the roof in the payway to go to the garage.
Correct. So the county arborist was concerned, 1, about the roots, and 2, during construction, he mentioned that much of that tree would need to be pruned, and it would be pruned so severely that it would be against, what did he quote, the arboricultural practices. It would require too much of a degree or volume of pruning for the tree to stay healthy. The overall concern was because that tree is in an area where the public goes through fairly often, and cars also park in that area, that if the tree were to fail, then there would be a liability issue.
I have about 4 trees right behind my house that are the property line. And nobody have come to me saying that there might be a liability in my house. If one tree falls, that falls into my house, my home. Just saying, you know, it's the potential, but you know, I mean, it's like, it's kind of like something that may happen, that may not happen. It may not technically an objective way of convincing to have a tree removed, and a potential if the tree falls or something like that. It's not something scientifically, you know what I mean, that says this, it's not good because the roots, because impacting, because it's violating, because that wouldn't allow the size of the house. But analyzing this for potential issues that might fall or not, that's the first one for me. Where's the location for the second one?
The second tree, let me pull that up for you. It would be, on this plan, it would be this tree here. And this is proposed for removal more so because of the condition of the tree, rather than it being any harm to public path or public right of way.
It may be impeding the view as well, I bet.
There are other significant trees in that area that likely impede their view already. So that maybe the applicant can speak on this further, but I don't believe that removal of that tree specifically would increase their view exponentially.
That specific tree was deemed as a dead tree, so there's no foliage in it. It's a dead tree is what the arborist had noted.
Your arborist or the county arborist?
It was our arborist, and the county arborist reviewed the tree plan and went to the site.
Okay.
That is correct. The county arborist did site.
Okay. Those are my concern.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, Commissioner Ketchum, any questions?
Yes, I have a question for the applicant and Ramel. So the applicant, the plant list contains invasive green fountain grass, Pennisetum cetaceum, and I would like a condition of approval to remove that from the plant list. It's invasive in our region, and good alternatives are described on plantright.org. It's especially important to avoid non-native landscape plants next to an open space preserve. So that was one item I have. And the other is about tsunami zone. The staff report indicates FEMA 2017 flood insurance rate map is used to determine the flood zone. My question is the county GIS layer for tsunami inundation based on that map?
Okay, so I'll jump into the first question about the non-invasive plants. If the applicants are amenable to that condition, I don't see any issue with that on staff side. In terms of the flood zone maps and what constitutes a tsunami inundation area, and this is a topic that came up through the review of the MCC initially, I believe in 2018. There was a clarification in which maps we used to look at tsunami zones. There was a little bit of confusion with that, but we used the geotechnical hazard synthesis map as prescribed by the LCP. And that map does not designate this area in a tsunami zone.
So but the staff report says FEMA 2017. Is that what you just said?
No, Commissioner Ketchum. I was noting what the LCP uses to designate tsunami zones. In terms of the FEMA flood zone map, that information is current and should align with what's on our GIS.
All right, so that's the map you're using now.
For FEMA flood zones, yes. Specifically.
All right, the question comes up because there was a house approved for this parcel in 2012, but not built, and it was considered in the tsunami zone and had the ground floor non-habitable breakaway walls and all that. And so there has been a question about, what map are we using? And so at the point this shift occurred, it wasn't on the GIS site. So the GIS site now shows where the line is for tsunami zone. We can rely on that, correct?
Commissioner Ketchum, I'm not sure if that GIS layer, I don't know if there is a GIS layer that reflects the tsunami zone on the geotechnical synthesis map.
I checked yesterday, there is.
There is, okay.
And it shows hardly anything in Miramar. Just the front row of parcels is all.
I see.
Oh, then my other, related to that is how this relates to the wider area for tsunami evacuation maps. You know, how do you reconcile the two widely different designations? Do you know?
That I'd have to look into for you, Commissioner Ketchum. Are you referencing the Cal OES map that we used to reference for tsunami zones?
Well, I mean, you look online, whatever's posted anywhere, and how, I mean, it's, yeah, my whole community of Pillar Ridge is in the evacuation zone, but only part of it is in this new, the GIS layer now. And so I just wondered where these things were determined and if there was some relationship between the two. And whenever you could get back to me on that, I would be interested to understand it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gupta, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Again, a follow-up on this tsunami zone. Is there something different or some regulations like for earthquake? We have certain regulations for the construction and things like that. Is there anything special for tsunami? Because I'm not aware of what those are. And is that taken into account here, or have we said that it's no longer in tsunami zone?
To clarify, Commissioner Gupta, this project is not in the tsunami zone. As I was explaining to Commissioner Ketchum, there was a clarification that occurred a few years ago as to what maps we were using. And so this is not in the tsunami zone.
So in 2012 it was, and now it's no longer there? Is that how it is? Or were those not the right ones that we were looking at?
We were not looking at the correct maps at the time.
Okay.
That's essentially what happened.
Okay, thank you for that. I have another question. It may be for the architect. Is this building or the construction, would you call it zero energy? You know the terminology better. I have also heard about the LEED certified. Does that apply to residences or not? I don't know. So could you comment on that?
Commissioner Gupta, I'll pass that over to the applicant team.
Thank you. Thank you, Romel.
Thanks, Romel. Yeah, so the bone structure assembly itself is net zero ready. And I can leave it to Amy Azarin here, who is our bone structure project manager, if she wants to speak more to the specifics of what the features are that are included in the assembly.
Sure, thanks, Sarah. So as Sarah mentioned, the bone structure system is a net zero energy ready building system. So we provide the materials for the thermal envelope. So the combination of the steel structure and the insulation that's part of this kit means the home is net zero energy ready, which means with solar panels, which the clients are planning to use and is now required, the home could be net zero energy. As far as LEED certification goes, that is a additional, process that you can go through with LEED to have all the full testing and certification. And I'm not sure if the homeowners are planning to go that route, but the home would be net zero energy ready without the LEED certification.
Okay. So the LEED, I understand that homeowners may not be going in that direction, but for LEED certification, there may be some additional things required in the home.
to get LEED certified, and I'm not an expert on LEED certification, but it's a testing process and certification process that you would go through with LEED. So, it very well could be that the home meets all the requirements, but wouldn't officially be deemed LEED certified unless you go through their specific certification process.
Okay. Thank you on that. The other question, and you already mentioned that there are plans to have solar panels.
Correct.
Is part of the system. And I don't know if you are the right person for that. Are the homes in the neighborhood also built to some of those specs?
This is our only project, so maybe Ramel can speak to the other homes in the area.
Okay.
Commissioner Gupta, that I would have to look into for you. LEED certification and I suppose zero net energy is not something that, at least in planning, we specifically require. Any applicant for any new home would have to comply with any sort of building code requirements and green building code requirements, but planning doesn't specifically require that. So if you would like to know that, I could check in with our building staff and take a look at how green the surrounding adjacent houses that have been recently built are.
Okay. More than that, I was interested in this home fitting into the neighborhood visually.
Oh.
Is that the case?
Commissioner Gupta, so this project was reviewed by the Coastside Design Review Committee and was found to be visually and aesthetically compatible with the neighborhood. And so that was the purpose of their review.
Okay, okay. So they want to make sure that visually it fits in.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. And my last question is, actually, that's not the last one. Is there any, any history of erosion? Is it close enough to any of those areas which may be susceptible to erosion?
Commissioner Gupta, so the project area, the project site itself is not on a bluff. And so in terms of that type of erosion, no. However, there has been a geotechnical report submitted for this property, and that has been reviewed by the geotechnical section and will be again at the building permit phase.
Okay.
Also, just to speak on how drainage review would work and flows, the post-development flows can't exceed the pre-development flows, and so that would also further reduce the potential for erosion.
Okay. So did the past earthquakes, that leads me to the earthquake you already mentioned, in the past earthquake, like the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake, was there any significant impact on this land?
Commissioner Gupta, I would have to look into that for you with our geotechnical engineer. I don't have the answer to that offhand, but I would assure you that she has reviewed the report, and those reports generally do detail any sort of past geological and geotechnical movements in an area. They generally break down the history. And so it has been reviewed, but if you'd like the details, I'd have to look into it for you.
Okay, yeah, it would be just good to know what they are up against, and I think there are some guidelines that were put by in the report, the geotechnical report. They had some guidelines as to the foundation and construction. Correct. So yes, it would be interesting to know that. And okay, so my last question really is that it's a sizable home, and is two-car parking something that is acceptable? Shouldn't we have more parking?
So a home of this size per the zoning regulations would require 2 covered parking spaces.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the general rule for most homes that you would see in the county with this many bedrooms. 2 covered parking is the minimum. In terms of the second unit, though, that's not really up for discussion today. They are not required to add a parking space for that, but they have uncovered parking in the driveway for that as well. So, but they are meeting zoning regulations.
Okay. Would the architect like to comment on that about why just have 2 when it's a sizable home?
Yeah, I'd be happy to speak to that. And then Paul, Ruth, as the homeowners, if you have anything to add, again, feel free to chime in. But it's a sizable home with only 3 bedrooms. So the idea is that the bulk of the square footage is used for entertaining space and in living space, common living space, while it won't be accommodating a great number of overnight guests beyond just the core family members. So again, the requirements are deemed sufficient here for the use of the home, which is a day-to-day family home.
Okay. So entertainment means getting guests over, right? They need parking too. May not be overnight parking, but how is the situation there on the street parking? Could you comment on that?
I'd be happy to comment on that. And then again, Paul and Ruth, feel free to chime in. So the driveway is quite a long driveway and long enough to accommodate a number of guest spaces, which would be intended as temporary at maximum use.
Okay.
And then the current street right now has a soft curb. So there is room, and the full length of the site is actively used by folks using the trail. So there is public parking in front of the entire lot. Obviously, that would be reduced with the driveway being introduced to this site, but there is on-street parking as well.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Does any other commissioners have follow-up questions?
I do have a follow-up question, Commissioner Hansen, and maybe directed to Mrs. Stepner. Where in the diagram is located the second unit that it discussed here in the provision?
Yeah, I'll share my screen here and point this out to everyone. Right, so we're looking at the ground floor plan right now. The second unit intended is, I'm outlining it with my cursor. So it's a small kitchen over here, small living and dining space, all open concept with a, again, small bathroom, full bath, and then the guest bedroom we have here. So it's facing the back of the home, and it has access to garage and rear outdoor shower area in this direction.
So the diagram is not there yet. This is only the diagram for the main housing, right? For the main house.
Well, so the second unit sits within of the main house. So it's actually, the second unit is right here in the floor plan within the main house's ground floor.
I'm kind of confused now.
Yeah.
So it's like you're describing the whole house, and in size of the house, you're saying in a section of the house is considered a second unit?
Correct. Yeah, it would be considered an attached second unit. Mm-hmm.
Basically, because it has a second, like a separate entrance from the house?
Exactly. Yep.
It's not located on the outside, or it's in the same house. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other follow-up questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open it up for the public for comment.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. For those that are joining the Zoom video conference, we are now opening up public comment for item number 2. If you wish to speak, please click raise hand. And for those joining by phone, you may press *9 to use this feature. I do see 2 hands raised. I will first call on Ron Snow, followed by Chris Johnson. Ron, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Yeah, my comments are associated with that tree number 1, where it appears that the applicant arborist said that they could work with that tree, and it's the county that's pushing for a significant tree to be cut down. And it sounded, reading between the lines, that the county is wanting to do that just to get out of a maintenance situation. But it sounds like the tree is healthy. It's 50 feet away from the house. The driveway can be gravel. So I think it's important that when we have a significant tree that can be saved, but not for maintenance reasons, that we do save those significant trees. There's an ordinance for that, and I think the county generally wants to preserve these. And it would, this house looks like it's trying to blend in with the nature there with the wood, and that tree would add to that capability. I had one more point. Now my brain has evaded me here. But I would like to have, that be reconsidered. It seems like the significant tree ordinance ought to trump the aspect of maintaining a tree. I think there was a comment that this tree is maintained every few months. And generally a tree is maintained every few years. You don't need to be trimming a branch every 3 months. So please consider keeping that tree and trimming as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see 2 more hands raised. I will now call on Chris Johnson, followed by Sid Young. Chris, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate it. My name is Chris Johnson. I'm a member of the Coastside Design Review Committee, El Granada Community Representative. I have not looked at this project and did not sit on the hearing for this project, but I have some questions for the Commission and maybe for Ramel. First, design review guidelines stipulates certain requirements for a flat roof. I notice this has a flat roof, and I'm wondering how the standards for a flat roof were addressed here. Second, I really think that the parking situation has been glossed over. If any commissioners have been there on a sunny day, Magellan is packed with people parking, not just for the Murata surf, but for the beach. And so there's going to be less street parking because of this. And I just really think that it's negligent to not have any parking for the ADU. That's really kind of glossing over a serious situation. It's a crowded street with lots of street parking required. This is going to seriously affect that, and to have no parking for the ADU, I think, is wrong. Finally, I'm wondering if the commissioners could address their thoughts on a beautiful building, but a lot of glass, and how that's going to look from Murata West. I think that there's going to be design review guidelines do have standards regarding how open space is, how a project will be viewed from open space. And I think this project in particular will have a significant impact on the viewscape from Murata West. If the commissioners could consider those 3 points / questions. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Chris. We have 1 more hand raised for Sid Young. Sid, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Thank you very much. Actually, I have a question that doesn't relate necessarily to this project, so I'll ask that one first. I could not see any of the presenters' screen sharing, so my question is, was the public meant to be seeing that, and how can they do it, or was that only for the benefit of the planning commissioners? Because in the next presentations, I would like to be able to see anything that is presented.
Chair Hansen, with your permission, I'll address that. And the intent is for the public to be able to see when we share our screens. So Ms. Young, I'm not sure what your technical difficulty is, but our intent is to make our screens available to everyone.
Well, this is Zoom, so I'm hoping you know what button. I saw where I can raise my hand and they told us how to unmute ourselves, but I didn't see any instructions of how to see the screen sharing. So if you can mention that at the next 2 agenda items, I'd really appreciate it. So here's my question about this project. I was wondering if they had made any plans for mitigation for future sea level rise effects, because there's been quite a bit of kerfuffle over that. Most recently, Supervisor Pine has been holding hearings, or what do you call it, meetings about it, and it is a concern, and they may have to push Highway 1 back at some point. So I wondered if this project took that into consideration, since they didn't raise up the building for tsunamis the way that would be required.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Is that the end of your comment?
That was.
Okay, great. And are you able to see the timer that was displayed on the screen while you were commenting?
I have a black screen. Up in one corner is an image of me, and the middle of the screen says Janet Lujan is started screen sharing, and on the top says recording, but that's it. That's all I see.
Interesting. Okay, thank you for your comment.
Did I use up too much of my time?
No, you're okay. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I don't see any other hands raised. I will now turn it over to Janet in case there are any written comments.
Thank you, Sherry. I do not have any written comments for this item.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to close the public comments and we'll go into our.
So moved.
Before closing the public comment, Commissioner Hanson, and it would be interested to have somebody follow up the question for Ms. Seed about not being able to see the information on the screen. I wonder if somebody will follow up and help and assist our viewers that being able to have the most efficient way of seeing these Zoom meetings. That would be something interesting that if they can follow up with her.
Thank you, Commissioner Santa Cruz. We're looking into it right now.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe we should also find out what type of browser they're using, whether it's Safari or Chrome or various issues that this could be. So we have a motion to close the public portion.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Ramirez?
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta?
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum?
Aye.
Chairman Hanson?
Aye. So first, I want to apologize you couldn't see the screen because it is at the intent that you be kept equally as informed as we are about the issues and should be able to enjoy the conversation with us. We have lots of questions, some of them of the staff, and a consideration as we have our deliberations also from Mr. Johnson that we talk about the design. So I'll let the staff answer the questions that were brought up.
Okay, Chair Hanson, I'll start from the beginning. There was a question again about the trees, specifically tree number 1. And I do want to, I'll clarify a little bit in terms of the county arborist review. Based on his review of the project, in terms of the actual construction of the home, he mentioned to me that a large volume of this tree would have to be pruned, I believe almost half. So if you could imagine the tree being full and voluminous, half of the branches would just be gone because of the need for access for construction. He felt that, along with the potential impacts to roots and the potential impact of the development overall over the long period, would not be good for the tree, and it would likely not survive in the long term. And I spoke about liability earlier, but the Parks Department's concern essentially is that that tree may fail and then fall into the public right of way or fall into the entrance from Murata Surf Park. And so they do want to avoid that scenario.
Is the failure because they trimmed the tree?
The failure would be because of the root removal and because of the large amount of pruning required to construct the house in the first place. And the county arborist did take a look and see if there would be any viable alternatives available in terms of the construction, and he really didn't see it. And so this is this is what led to this conclusion by Property Services and County Parks.
Remind me what type of tree this is?
This is a Monterey cypress.
May I insert something into this discussion? Last year, construction on Princeton Avenue, a row of 100-year-old cypress trees, 10 of them. When the project was approved, the trees were to be saved. But when the applicant comes in and starts to build, they figured they can cut off all these huge branches that are hanging over their property. And that's what happened. And we talk huge branches. And then the trees had to be removed. So basically here, the person, the commission approving this project thinks, oh, these trees are going to be saved. But in reality, the construction involved, and then later, as we saw, the trenching involved, the underground, right where these trees had been, that there was really no hope for these trees. And it would be better to know this now when the decision makers are looking at it, what the reality is of what construction means and the overhanging branches. If you prune them off, they think they haven't removed the tree, but it's effectively been removed. So this would avoid that. Just looking at it realistically.
If are there any further questions regarding the tree? I can move on to some of the other comments by the public.
Do you have a good picture of that in your presentation?
It does show on a bird's eye. Give me one moment.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a good start.
Let me share my screen here. Sorry, 1 second. There. So if you're looking at this bird's eye, that tree is located, if you can see my cursor, it's here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And where does the park start? Park.
The boundary or the property line essentially goes right through the middle of that tree.
Middle of the tree. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
No
So
problem.
Romel,
Yep.
before you move that view site, I see the location, the lot surrounded for many trees. In order to build the house that size, how many trees are going to be removed that are not significant, but they're just simply trees?
So in terms of the tree removal for this project, and I'll let the applicant speak on this further, I know a few of the trees were deemed dead, and those wouldn't require a permit. I will say that the design and the applicant went through great lengths to try to preserve as many trees as they can. That definitely was an intent, and staff had many discussions with them about that. I'll let the applicant speak further, though, on the trees that are not significant that may be removed.
Yeah, because I see the lot is full of trees. It's full of trees, and I only see one to the far left upper side. It looks like kind of dry and dying, but the remainings are good trees. So in the project, do they list the number of trees to be removed? And because they're talking about only two essential or significant trees to be removed, but it looks like they're gonna shave off all the lot in order to build a house that big.
So if the applicant can bring up maybe their tree removal slide, and that'll be a little more clear, and you'll also see how the orientation of the house affects that as well. Sarah?
Yep, I'd be happy to share my screen.
Let me stop sharing mine.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Great. So up here right now is the arborists, an excerpt from the arborist report with the tree removal plan. An important thing to note is that the center of the site within the buildable area for zoning setback requirements is actually void of any trees, save for a few up on the western corner. And so the intention, Ramel, as you had mentioned, was to preserve as many trees as possible, and that they are in fact a feature of the site that we deem as desirable. And so what the removal plan does indicate here is removal of a number of trees that are either in dead or poor condition up on the western corner. And we'd be happy to kind of zoom in on each of these if that's something that the commissioners would find useful. But ultimately, the intention is to only remove trees that are either already dead or in dying or poor condition.
So basically, you're planning to remove about 53% of all the trees located in that lot.
Yeah, I'd have to do the math on the numbers, but and we can go through each of these, but there are a significant number of dead and poor trees. And again, removal is intended to be limited to only those trees, and everything that's healthy, mature would remain.
Rumel, you're muted if you were trying to.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Commissioners, were there any further questions regarding these trees?
No.
No.
Okay. Okay. I'll move on to one of the other points that the public had. There was a comment about the flat roofs, and I believe that was from Chris Johnson. So the co-site design review standards that are used do have provisions regarding flat roofs. However, and you've probably seen this through your reviews, commissioners, that many flat roof homes have been passed and approved. The co-site design review committee generally takes the stance that a house should be true to form and true to its style. And so they don't generally prefer seeing houses that wouldn't have a gable suddenly have a gable. They prefer the houses are true to their style. And so they have recommended for approval and approved flat roof homes in the past. In terms of parking, as I said previously, the house meets the minimum parking requirements. And in terms of the second unit, I will outline that is a ministerial part of this project, not up for review today. That will be reviewed by staff. But the project does meet the requirements for 2 covered parking spaces per the zoning regulations. And in terms of sea level rise, at least in terms of on the planning side, there aren't any specific design interventions that are required in terms of planning's review. I can't really speak onto what building code may require with this respect, but I could also defer to the applicant to see if they had any sort of such considerations.
Yeah, none were made. No considerations were made, as I'm aware. And then Amy, I'm not sure if you have anything to add from a civil perspective.
The only thing that I would add is just since we were not in the FEMA zone, we weren't able to design per those regulations, such as building the home up and having uninhabitable space. So we did look into that, and we're complying in the ways that the zoning requires and allows us to.
I believe that I believe I was able to address most of the public's comments there. If you have any questions for me, I'm available.
Maybe for county council or Mr. Monowitz, can you make a comment about the requirements for parking for the second dwelling units?
Tim, would you like to go first?
No, why don't you go ahead first? You probably have a better handle on it.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So our zoning regulations establish parking requirements, and then the state has also established certain requirements for local government processing of second units. And the state law prohibits counties and cities from requiring second units to have an assigned parking space. So we're prohibited from requiring a parking space for the second unit. And as Rumel said, the project is compliant with our zoning requirements with regard to parking. So does that answer your question, Manuel?
Yes, so correct me if I'm wrong here, but basically the house, the way it's designed, it meets the parking requirements with 2 parkings for the space that is going to occupy the main house itself. So the second unit, there's nothing that we have any power over to be able to regulate the parking for that. Am I correct on that?
You're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any more questions?
I had a question. So how many bedrooms and baths does this home have?
I heard 3 bedrooms. I'm not sure on number of bathrooms. Rumel, do you know that?
Sarah,
Okay.
it is 3 bedrooms. We can double check on the number of bathrooms for you. Sarah?
Yeah, no, just general idea. That's fine. Bathrooms is fine. So 3 bedrooms. And then the second unit has 1 bedroom?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if this home, if that was not a second unit, does that change the parking requirements in any way?
Commissioner Gupta, no. Even if that were added as another bedroom, they would still only need 2 covered parking spaces.
2 covered, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. It's still for a large home like that, 2 parking spaces does sound too little in my mind. Thank you.
Are we in the comment portion of it, Chair?
Yes, we're evolving to it. Go for it.
Okay, so I want to remind the rest of the commissioners that not too long ago we actually saw another project that came before us. That was a 3-story house that had a second unit within that envelope. Now, in that case, I think that we rejected the application for. I think we were concerned about the parking because in that case, they were only supplying 1 parking space for the entire thing, including that second unit. I think in my case it was they didn't even meet the minimum requirement for the main part of the house with 1 parking space, and subsequently, obviously, they didn't have any parking for the second unit, which we couldn't. There was nothing that we could do about the requirement for the second unit parking, but there were other issues that the height, the location, it was too close. There were too many requirements. So in this case, I think it has been declared that it meets the requirements of parking. And if I go about the looks and the massing and all that, I personally like this particular house. I'll work with you guys about the tree to be saved, or if it comes down. I'm going to go by the report that came out that was given to us as far as the trees, how many trees are going to be saved, how many trees need to be taken down. But I'll work with you guys on trying to save that 1 big tree, cypress tree. I think it could be a liability. I'm kind of in favor of that once they trench through that to put the parking lot, it may severely damage the tree. But could they find a way to work around that? Probably. So anyway, those are my comments at the moment.
Anybody else?
I have a follow-up on that one. I remember also in the past we have discussion about projects who have trees that we were asked applicants to remove the design, adjust the design, diagonally move it one way or the other to save the trees. And I have a little bit of concern with this guy who called, his name was Ron, say the tree is about 50 feet away, and then it says something about that he have information that the problem is not the liability, but it's more like a maintenance issue. And that's kind of like concerned me, because we have been very strict about significant tree removal, and we're talking about this project. It's proposing to cut about 53% of all the trees on the lot in order to have that design established. Although they're not all the trees to be significant trees, but I mean, it's something that we need to consider, specifically when somebody from the public comes over to us and say that removal of the significant tree has a lot to do with maintenance than with liabilities. And that's something that I'm very concerned.
Commissioner Santa Cruz, this is the applicant. I was wondering if we could show you some pictures of the trees and you could kind of confirm that they're dead. If we could share our screen.
Please do.
Yeah. We're working on figuring out how to share. 1 second.
Might also add that one of the comments that was shared by the CDRC was a request to maintain, I think in the tree report, in the tree plan, numbers 13 and 15, I believe, are myoporum shrubs. And so while those are in poor condition, I believe the intention moving forward is to maintain them. So that isn't reflected in the current drawings that were just shared with the commission, but that is a comment that I believe was within the CDRC report.
That is correct, and that's listed as a condition.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna scroll through. So this is an example of the dead tree, and then I've got another picture also.
What tree is that, Steve? The one that you have in the picture? The one that one of the two significant trees, or?
Oh no. Just you had mentioned the 53% and the removal of a lot of trees. Actually, my neighbor's been trying to work with me to remove them for some time because they are dead and she's worried they're going to fall. But you can see in this picture, that's not the significant tree. That's one of the dead trees that's marked for removal. And then there's another picture as well. No, okay. So I just wanted to kind of show you, these are definitely dead trees. I know you were concerned that they were maybe favorable, but they're really not.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But do you have a picture of the two significant trees?
We may have. One moment.
On the jointly owned picture of that. That's 22. Absolutely keep that. To a battle with the county parks, and it holds things up because we've already held things up for like 6 months working to save the tree. I think we're sharing the tree now. I'm not sure that. Yeah, that might be the tree. We just want to be in a catch-22. So say, yep, you get to keep it. But if Parks has the authority, then we'd like to have it removed, just because we've fought it for such a long time now.
Can I offer a clarification, Commissioner Hansen?
Please.
I want to clarify that the role of the Planning Commission with regard to this project is not to decide whether or not the tree is to be removed or not. The role of the commission is to decide whether or not to impose a condition of permit approval for the house. And as the commissioners know, a great deal of effort was made to ensure that the county could get the best possible independent advice from a qualified person, because the commission got tired of seeing battles between arborists that were paid for by applicants or by project opponents. And that's why the county, at significant expense, hired an arborist to work with planning and parks to advise the county on tree issues with complete independence from any need or financial concern by the applicant about the impact of a tree on their project. And so that's why we have an arborist to give that advice. But I want to be clear that the Parks Department manages the land that is owned by the county, and it makes judgments about how best to manage that land. And there are occasions where the Parks Department has to apply to the commission for certain kinds of permits, but this is not one of those occasions. So the Parks Department, if it's made a determination to manage the land in a particular way, if it needs to apply for a permit, it's got to go through that process. But if it doesn't, it has the authority to manage the land as it deems in the public interest. I think with regard to the tree issues, the most that you can do in this instance is to deny the permit on the basis that you're unwilling to permit the project to proceed, or to impose a condition that the permit will only be issued if that tree is saved. But the commission does not have the authority to direct the Parks Department to do any particular thing with regard to this tree.
Okay, Tim, to follow up on that one, let me just, my concern and what you said right now. When this guy, Mr. Ron came and said, you know, the issue of the tree is maintenance issue rather than liability issue. When somebody else says that we have approved a project that we didn't get all the information regarding the tree, the significant tree provision didn't apply when 2nd unit or, you know, whatever the case might be, that's a little bit concerning to me. Although legally speaking, you may be correct, and thank you very much for the advice. Then we also need to talk about these issues about the tree even before making a decision, aren't we?
You have the right to determine whether or not the findings necessary for issuance of a permit can be made. The role of the commission is to administer the zoning regulations and the permit process provided by the County Board of Supervisors for development of lands in the unincorporated area. And of course, the best management practices of private property are incorporated into our regulations in the form of the zoning and requirements for permit issuance, and sometimes conditions of permit approval that are imposed on individual projects. So you're within your rights to talk about what impact a project will have and to decide how to vote on the basis of what you think those impacts will be. I guess the best way of answering the question is you can impose a permit condition on the applicant, but you can't impose a permit condition on the county.
Okay. You muted yourself.
Okay, I didn't quite understand the last statement, Tim. Can you just like elaborate on that?
Sure. Really what I wanted to get at is that the role of the commission is to decide what conditions should be imposed on the permit applicant in order to proceed with the project. But the commission doesn't have the authority to direct the county to change its position with regard to the tree. And if the county department that owns and operates land on the advice of its arborist or the advice of its council or the advice of its county manager fiscal advisor determines that a tree can't reasonably be saved or shouldn't be saved, unless they have to apply for a permit for the commission to the commission, the commission doesn't have the authority to give a direction to a department about how to manage a tree.
Or just to disapprove it if it's in disagreement, right?
Yes, if you don't believe the findings can be made under the zoning regulations, it is your right to vote against the permit issue.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you very much.
Tim, this is Ruth Heward. I had a question about that. So if the commission can impose requirements for the applicant, they say we have to, as a requirement to move this permit forward, we have to retain the tree, but they cannot impose any requirements at the county, which makes the mandate that the tree should be removed. How do we reconcile that, those differences?
Commissioner Hanson, would you like me to answer?
Sure.
I think you should work with your counsel or your advisors with regard to how best to proceed if a permit condition is imposed with which you are unable to control the actions of others. I think that's the best I can say under the circumstances.
Thank you, Tim. Lisa, please.
Thank you. We're in the discussion phase here, right? Okay, I support this project with one added condition of approval, and that relates to deleting the invasive green fountain grass from the plant list. And I was interested to know if I had support on that from the other commissioners.
Lisa,
You have my support on that.
you got
Yes.
support.
Okay.
And just we're in the discussion phase. The tree issue doesn't really bother me because if we were trying to restore this area the way it would naturally look without human intervention, all those trees would be gone because this would have been a coastal prairie. And most of these trees are at the end of their useful life. And as you saw, the ones that were, the picture saw, they were suffering from internal rot. They are a real significant issue with these type of trees in this area. And I think they did a good effort in keeping what they should do. And so I'm comfortable with that part. On the housing design, I think the house is huge, big. That bothers me, but it's qualifies, it's legal, it meets all those things. I actually do like the design. I think the flow for the guest house is awkward at best, but nothing that would keep me from approving this. And again, I support the invasive species qualification.
Chairman Hansen, I do see that Chris Johnson has raised his hand one more time on the attendee side. Just wanted to point that out.
Just to let you know, the public portion is over. We are on to our portion of it. And thank you very much for the comments you did give. We have so many other items we need to continue to move on.
Thank you.
Any further comments?
I would like to, at least, I don't like the idea of removing the tree, but from experience of Commissioner Ketchum and the discussion we've had and the way we can and cannot control that part of it, I will go with it. Go with the recommendation there. Parking is still a concern to me, but again, that will not stop me from approving the project. But I would like to make it known for the record that yes, parking, I think, it's something that we should keep into account, that especially one of our public speakers mentioned that over the weekend or when people are using the trails, there's no street parking there. True that there's parking on the driveway, but still. So that is definitely something that will come up again and again. So generally I'm in support, and I will go with Commissioner Ketchum's recommendation about the invasive species.
Okay, so I hear significant support. Lisa?
One more thing, she reminded me about the parking. In my view, the parking problem on Magellan is there's not enough public beach parking.
Mm-hmm.
So
right. If I can follow to that comment, Chairman, but I also believe that. So they do have 2 covered parking spaces, and that driveway is quite large actually. And so I think they will be able to accommodate at least 2 more cars on that driveway. So there is at least 4 parking spaces.
Right.
You know, so I don't think that will impact too much the parking outside, except when they may have people over for a party or something. But in general, it's not that it will impact the parking significantly in a permanent basis. You know, ideally it would be better if everything was covered, but at least they can keep it off the street, I believe.
I think if it was just bigger, it would probably be just more storage than car parking.
Exactly. That's another, yeah. Okay. I think we may be ready for a motion, I think, and
Shall I make
Yeah.
the motion?
Please do.
I move that we approve the coastal development permit and design review permit, county file number PLN 2018-00154, based on and subject to the required findings and conditions of approval listed in attachment A, and the added condition of approval to delete invasive Penicetum cetaceum from the landscape plan.
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
No.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Chairman Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you.
So congratulations. And this is, I believe, appealable. So at this point, I would like to take a 5-minute break. That's
Okay.
5 minutes, and I'll see you at 11:15.
Thank you.
Okay.
I will go ahead and mute all microphones at this time until we are ready to resume. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
For the public that are on the line, we are on a 5-minute break and will resume shortly. Thank you.
Commissioners are back. I see you got the recording started and we are ready to proceed if staff is available.
Perfect.
Okay, I see a thumbs up. So Janet, can you read in item number 3?
Yes. Item number 3, owner Karen Epps, applicant Mark Stegmeyer, file number PLN 2019-00472, location 880 Park Avenue in Moss Beach, and the project planner is Brian Albini.
Good morning, commissioners, county staff, members of the public. Are you able to see the presentation on your screens?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll move along from the project description. To give you a little bit of context, this is the Seal Cove geological hazard area of the Moss Beach urbanized mid-coast. The highlighted parcel in red is the project area, and the Half Moon Bay Airport is beyond the screen in the upper right-hand corner. Additionally to the project details initially introduced, this is a 2-bedroom, and that's a correction on the screen, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, single-family home on an existing 12,800 square foot parcel with a 3-car garage. This is, as I mentioned before, in the R1S17 design review geological hazard coastside development zoning district. Again, this is the zoning context of this project as it pertains to the rest of the county. And again, the project site is highlighted in red. This is an overlay of the extent of the additional disturbance area in this project, which is involving approximately 3,800 square feet of paving extension for the purpose of creating the hammerhead turnaround for Park Avenue, and approximately 1,600 square foot of paving for the proposed driveway. The remaining area is around 2,600 square feet of disturbance to accommodate the build site. In fall of 2019, a seismic study was done at the site, and 2 trenches, one T1 was a 100 linear foot trench, and T2 a 20-foot to identify any seismic deformations on site and establish the appropriate setbacks for any development from the identified deformation. As you can see in highlighted orange in the upper right-hand corner is the San Gregorio Seal Cove fault. Again, I'll move along to the site plan, floor plan, and elevations on this project. The building outline is highlighted in green. The setback areas are highlighted in orange, and the property boundaries are highlighted in orange as well. Again, this is just a 1-story home with a central massing of 20 feet high area located in the proposed great room with the storage loft above the kitchen. This is the public facing views to the site that's colorized with the proposed colors and materials with copper cladding and local natural cool shades that were approved by the design review committee. Again, the top elevation view is the view seen by the nearest adjacent property. So again, this is the typical development criteria for this property, well under the maximum development criteria for a parcel of this size. It has 2,649 square feet of both floor area and site coverage. The setbacks are set at the maximum 20 feet for front and rear. Taking into account that seismic deformation, one of the side setbacks has been severely set back to 47 feet and the other side being 5 feet. Again, the maximum height of the building and that central massing is 20 feet high, well under the 28-foot maximum, and the proposed 3-foot car garage exceeds the required 2 covered parking spaces for residents of this type. Here are the story pills that were erected during the 10-day period prior to the Coastside Design Review Committee meeting. And you'll see this is the view looking towards the south, and Princeton is further in the background. The project is category exempt from the CEQA guidelines as a small structure, single family residence in a residential zone. It has complied with the general plan policies that address soils, visual components, urban land use, wastewater and water capacity, and addressing natural hazards. The grading quantities involved are mainly to establish the road base for the extension of park and also for the building site. The recommendations for the project is that the Planning Commission approve the Coastside Design Review permit, the Coastal Development permit, and the grading permit based on and subject to the required findings and conditions of approval indicated in the staff report. I'm available for any further questions. Additionally, 2 members of the neighborhood have also requested for some time for some questions.
Thank you. Oh, does the commission have any questions for Brian?
None of them.
Okay, I don't see any.
I do.
Okay, please do.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. I had a question about the neighborhood, Brian. Like, are there homes built similarly, single-story homes, or are there 2-story homes around it?
The majority of the homes in the neighborhood are built for 2 stories, and I'll bring that back up to a kind of zoomed out view. So the homes shown in this view of the neighborhood, the direct block and beyond, are predominantly 2-story homes to take advantage of available coastal views. There are some bluffs, there are hillsides that make the topography pretty varied, so that all the homes built in this area take advantage of that with the 2-story. This one, this design, because it's built at the end of this extension of park, has opted for a lower elevation and just 1 story because of where it sits on this particular
Is this neighborhood close enough to get a view of the ocean side?
I haven't investigated what views these other homes have, but if you'll look to the far end of this image that's on your screen, that light tan area is the beginning of the beach. So it's within view of the beach, and with a long walk, you could have access to Moss Beach.
Okay.
But depending on the siting of the homes and the location of the parcels, it's difficult to say to what extent coastal access could be had. This project, however, isn't blocking the coastal views of
course.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And the other question, more for my curiosity is about this solar reflective roof. It says that the index should be in mid-20s.
Correct.
What does that mean?
So that was a reflectance factor set by the design review committee because of the lightness of the material prohibits using white as a roof material color choice in this district. So
Okay.
that setting of reflectance is the closest you can get to white, but also achieving the design requirements for not having a high reflectivity roof. So it's a balance of using the energy efficiency of a light colored roof, also in balance with the design review requirements of prohibiting high reflectivity roofs, which a bright white roof would create.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that, Brian.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No more questions.
Any other commissioners want questions?
I have a sort of a request of the planner. The staff report background says parcel legality was established by certificate of compliance recorded in January 2018. And I just wanted to note it would be helpful to include there that the process had combined two APNs into one legal parcel. The boundary survey in the packet shows two APNs, which led to the question for me to look that up, but it would be good to include that in the background.
I apologize for that oversight. I'll include that in future projects of this type.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant have any presentation to the commission?
I do not. I don't know. This is Mark Stegmeyer. I'm sorry. Hello, Commission. Possibly I think the project speaks for itself. Perhaps the architect, Russ Daughter, would like to speak. Russ?
It's not required. It's just,
I guess not.
If you wish to add.
No. I just, he might be muted. Top right button. Well, I'll speak to it a little bit. I just built another house in the neighborhood that, if it was on from Brian's plan, but I've enjoyed the neighborhood. The neighbors are all very nice. I know the neighbors that have some concerns that will come up soon enough, and I hope to work with them. Like we did, I built that house straight through there, that white single-story house. It's on Burnell and San Ramon. And Russ Daughter, the architect for this house, is also the architect for this house. We pushed it. We tried to. This is one of the reasons it's single-story, where besides the fact that it doesn't need to be two-story, is to accommodate everybody's view from its backside. There's a great view. It's not of the ocean, but it's of the airport and the mountains. You see Montera Mountain to the left, and then to the hills behind Half Moon Bay. So it's quite a spectacular view. I have enjoyed the neighbors I've built other homes in this neighborhood before and have enjoyed everybody up on that bluff top. So I intend to work with Rich and Patty as much as we can, and enjoy and continue to enjoy their company. The end.
Okay, thank you. Does any of the commissioners have any questions?
Am I able to speak now?
Oh,
yes.
I'm the architect.
You're
Can
welcome.
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Russ Daughter. I'm the architect. And I just want to say that if this house, the entire design was generated on our concern for the neighbors. The house was oriented with concern of the neighbors. We decided to do a 2-story or a story and a half in the main living space, which is the living room, dining room, and kitchen with a loft above the kitchen. We wanted to keep the roof relatively flat so it would have less impact on the neighbors, and it's surrounded by a single-story low roof to also be more attractive to the neighbors and have less impact. We pushed the house as far as we possibly could to the corner of the light to the setbacks. It was then discovered that there was a secondary seismic deformation running diagonally in the bottom of the site. We had to push it up another 20 feet. But the whole goal was to keep this 1.5-story element as far away from the neighbors as possible to improve their views and have as little impact as we could. We ended up going with a relatively flat roof to, again, minimize the impact, and wanted to create a simple, clean look for the house. There are no overhangs. That, again, was to minimize impact. And the rest of the house has sloping roofs, the high points being to the south and the east, sloping to a low point facing the neighbors. We're using a medium to dark gray standing seam roof because it's very clean and attractive. We're required to do solar panels. So the solar panels are actually going to be a laminate. They're flat and they fit between the standing seams. It's a much more attractive roof. And again, we were thinking in terms of what the neighbors would see. The windows facing the neighbors in the north and west side of the house were kept very small. And that was in order to preserve the privacy for both the neighbors and the owner of the house. The windows in the flat area that's in the main volume of the space are basically just clear story windows to allow in southwest light into the house. As far as the materials, it's basically a stucco house, a smooth stucco house. We wanted to paint it a dark gray green so it would blend into the trees. The doors and the window frames are a black clad wood window. And as I said, the roofing is a medium to dark gray standing seam roof. This has the reflectivity on this house is very low of the roofing. And again, describing the solar panels going in between the panels. When it came to the landscaping, we tried to keep it to an absolute minimum. We put new trees, small trees. These are 8 to 12 foot high trees at the entry and in some areas surrounding the deck, basically to give privacy both to the owner and to the neighbors. Most of the lot is going to be planted with native grasses and flowers to kind of replicate a field. The terraces will be on the southeast and the northeast side of the house, away from the neighbors, facing the view. And the view, by the way, is to the mountains, not to the ocean. The only real grading for the house is going to be the driveway portion of the house, which also lowers the garage about 3 feet. Now, this is to advantage to the neighbors to the southwest. We wanted to keep the building low. And all the surrounding homes, like I said, are 2-story and they're larger and taller than this house. So again, I just want to reiterate, the whole house was designed with trying to be concerned for the neighbors and to do a house that fit nicely into the site and had as little impact as possible.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Does any of the commissioners have questions?
I do have a question.
Please.
Well, yeah, somehow question. I truly like the presentation of Mr. Daughter. Very clear, concise, and not too much whistles. And I like that. But I want to ask him a question as an architect. Why do we build a house with 2 bedrooms and 4 baths? That's kind of interesting to me.
Oh, hell, it only has 2 bathrooms.
It's 2 bathrooms. That was my mistake. It was a typo, Commissioner. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't notice that. Probably somebody has brought to the attention. Okay, great. Thank you very much. That was my only concern, not my curiosity. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll open up the public portion. Do we have anybody who wishes to speak to this issue?
Thank you. Go ahead, Sherry.
Thank you, Janet, and thank you, Chair Hansen. For those that are joining on the Zoom video conference, we are now opening public comment for item number 3. You may click the raise hand button to be called. And for those joining by phone, you may press *9 to use this feature. I do see 2 hands raised. I will first call on Marcia, followed by Sid Young. Marcia, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Marcia, there you
I'm sorry,
go.
that must have been a mistake. I didn't really raise my hand.
Okay, I'll lower your hand now. Thank you. And next we have Sid Young. Sid, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hello. I just wanted to say a couple things. You know, I'm a Seal Cove neighbor. And when this came up for coastside design review, it was right after San Mateo County entered their shelter in place situation. And I emailed both Mr. Penglau and Camille Leung and asked them to please reschedule the meeting so that we could attend in person, and they never responded. So the day that it was scheduled for coastside design review, I emailed again and said I never heard whether the meeting has been postponed, and then I think it was Rumel, indicated that oh no, they were going to go ahead with the Zoom meeting. Well, I was busy that day. I was off, you know, traveling, and I couldn't just sit down and stop everything. So I was never notified of the coastside design review Zoom criteria. But that being said, since I'm a resident of Seal Cove since 1988, this is the very first house that's ever been built this close to the Seal Cove Fault since I moved there. And when I first moved here and did my personal inspections on my house, we were told that our property was designed with a double foundation because of earthquake hazards. And so they also said that we couldn't build near this fault line that was on our property. And the county geologist was pretty strict along those lines for many, many years, but I understand that her name was Jean DeMuth, and I think she's passed away. So I wanted to attend the initial design review to see how close this property was to the Seal Cove Fault, because it is beyond, they're down in the gully or the holler there, and that's where the fault is. And on the geological maps that I have, I wasn't able to attend the other meeting because it wasn't postponed, and I wasn't informed of the Zoom meeting until the day of. And now this meeting, I cannot see the screen. So I haven't been able to do any reviewing. I'd like to know what kind of mitigations they've put forth to prevent this house from extreme shaking when and if the Seal Cove Fault ever goes off, and also how far away from the zone is it, since I can't see the screen. Oh, and in addition, I tried to log back into the to get the agenda, see if I could see anything in the packet, and it's gone from the planning site. The next meeting is up already for June 24th. So I couldn't even go backwards and look up the documentation. I guess they took it down already.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
I wanted to actually pose a quick response. The neighbors at 864 were having a little trouble raising their hand. They had some comments they would also like to make to the commission, if there's a way that they could be allotted some time.
I'll leave that at Jonathan.
Hi, thank you. So are they on the call right now, Brian?
Yes, they are. They have their video available. It is Patty and Rick.
Oh yeah, I saw them on the call earlier in the session. Hold on just a moment.
Yes, and I think they need some assistance with their muting.
Is it Patty Gallinetti?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me go ahead and unmute Patty at this time.
Still can't hear her.
Oh, Patty, you should now be unmuted. Are you able to speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, you can. Okay, great. Okay.
Can you, Brian, would you put the pictures up that I sent you, please?
The pictures are up. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see? This is the end of the existing asphalt of the right of way at Park Avenue and where the extension will begin. Hold on.
The tree completely engulfs the right-of-way. It's within the county setback area, which is 40 feet wide, I believe. And furthermore, there's some danger involved in the future, because if that tree was ever to catch on fire, our house would melt, I think. I'll let Patty take it from here.
Okay, I'll just add on to that. This tree is covering the other half of Park Avenue, which will be extended. And I am requesting that when they start developing, the trucks, instead of going right here where you can see the tire marks, which are right by where a walk would be, and close to the steps, could use this side to go through to the project lot without tearing up this right in front of our house, which they seem to be doing all the time. These trees are dead, and the railroad ties that were here, they took the one off on this side where you see the posts. Okay, they're stacked up on the other side. So there's another whole half of the driveway there that can be available to the truck. Okay, that's my first point. My second point is, I don't think you can see the story poles from this angle, but the project in itself is blocking my entire view from the harbor, which is what we see from up here on the hill. I cannot see anything from downstairs at all, except the big tree at the end of Park Avenue. And if they plant trees at the end of their driveway that grow, I won't even see over that from upstairs, which I can barely see. So I'm requesting that you do not plant trees that are large and they're going to grow. I mean, I'm trying to get over my frustration and my depression from this anyway. And it's a nice house. I'm not disputing the house. But this house, we are looking at it from an angle that you can't see. My view is of the harbor. I cannot see the end of the airport. I can't see any of the harbor at all.
I need you to, let's go to the second point.
The second point is the wall. There's had to be a firewall because of this new house. There's never been a wall there before, okay? And now it's in the driveway with the hammerhead butting right up to the edge of our property, of my property. There's no setback at all, just this hammerhead coming up.
Okay.
Why did it have to be? You can see it on the map.
Okay.
There's nothing there. I mean, it comes right up to the property line.
Ma'am, it's time for you to wrap up.
Okay, let's go
we couldn't get on. I mean, I'd like to just have one more point. Go ahead.
You get 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No, you get 2 minutes total, including the time you've used. You've exceeded that. So just sum up for us, please.
Very good.
Okay.
Let me take this.
Okay.
There's a wall proposed of 4 feet dividing the properties. It's going to be rock veneer on one side and stucco on our side. I'd like to see some further detail on that, please. In the neighborhood, there's another very clear alternative. On Bernal, you'll see a house that has a wire mesh fence drawn very taut, and it's covered with landscaping.
Okay.
I think that would be a reasonable alternative to to the wall that is proposed.
Sir,
Okay, the last point, there's a problem with we find a problem with the survey. You know, I did a measurement that 2 different ways. If you can move the picture to
no,
that.
no, we've way exceeded the time I allow people. So thank you very much.
We've occupied this property for 20 years, and we
26
can't have a few more minutes to talk about it. This is the last point I would like to make.
Do it in 5 to 10 seconds.
Thank you. There's a survey problem that they measured 100 feet, and it's really 102.75 feet from the rear property line, as you can see. And the amount of the extension beyond the survey stake is the discrepancy. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any more who wish to speak to this issue?
Thank you. I don't see any raised hands for this project, and there was no written comment submitted.
For the other commissioners,
Leave it on me.
do you have any questions before we turn this over to staff to respond?
Should we close the public comment?
I'm up for that. Motion.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta,
You're muted.
there you go.
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes, aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Chairman Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you.
We could have staff to respond to the comments about earthquake faults, tree rows and trees and.
And discrepancy of the survey.
Sure. Let's. I'll start at the top with the seismic study that was conducted. That's actually, I believe, attachment D in your staff report packet that was issued to the commission. In that study that was conducted last year, they identified a secondary seismic deformation. The approximate location of the San Gregorio Seal Cove Fault, as you'll see on your screen, is approximately, I believe, 120 to 150 feet away from the nearest parcel boundary. Those 2 trenches highlighted in yellow were the extent of that deformation, and that established the setback required for any new structures. The geotechnical review concurred with the conclusions of Sigma Prime, who conducted the geotechnical investigation, and they approved it with conditions, as you'll see in attachment A. I'm going to move on to, if you had any questions there, or was that sufficient in answering or addressing the comment?
I'm okay.
Okay, I'll proceed. Now, the trees that were mentioned in the entrance for the extension of park, and this view on your screen, if you can bear with me here.
Ryan, really quickly, you're not projecting anything on the screen, so if you share your screen, please.
Okay, is the screen viewable now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I apologize. So this grouping of trees, as you can see on the left-hand side of this picture, have been assessed by an arborist. The intent of the applicant is to incorporate that tree to the extent possible with some pruning, but any activity within the critical root zone of that tree would involve hand tools, air spades, and monitoring on site to verify the stability of that tree during any of the road work and activity surrounding that critical root zone. It's at that point, should any disruption of the health of that tree or the health of that tree decline, it's the intent of the applicant to apply for a tree removal permit if it's not salvageable. Moving on, the fencing in question, are you still able to see the site plan on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. So the area of concern is this adjoining parcel boundary on the left-hand side of the parcel, and the extent of what the materials would be for the proposed stucco building. I mean, for the proposed wall there. The proposal by the applicant is a block wall with stacked stone, where the side yard portion of that wall would be at the 6-foot allowable maximum height, and then any walls or fencing in the front yard setback would be to the 4-foot maximum. The materials are subject to change for the fencing, and they were not included as part of the original design review consideration or their recommendation to have an alternative fencing material on those areas in the sides or the rear.
Brian.
Yes.
I have a question. Where is the Gallinetti's house in relation to that particular diagram that you're showing on the screen right now?
So Rick and Patty are residents here at 864, but they're also the owners of the 2 vacant lots that you see adjacent to the property parcel.
So they own the 3 parcels, though.
They own these 3 parcels, correct?
Okay.
And the tree in question is in the upper left corner.
That's correct. I don't know if you can make it out on your screen, but there's an outline of the canopy here in the paving, and that's their tree in question.
Thank you.
You can see it overhangs more than 50% of the proposed new roadway. The initial intent for the applicant was just to cut away those limbs that would block vehicle traffic, but to retain the tree if it was healthy.
So, and Brian, this is Commissioner Santa Cruz. The meshing fence that they're proposing is right by the yellow line of the project in question, right?
Correct. So the concern from the neighbors was this property line that they share, where with their 2 vacant parcels, and so their concern was what would that what would be the final material that they would be seeing on their side of the fence.
And then they also talk about discrepancy of the survey that is being.
Survey was conducted by a licensed surveyor and submitted both at the planning phase and again at the building phase. Along with that, any foundations or forms poured will require a survey letter verification prior to pouring to verify that those new structures are at the required setback distances allowed by zoning.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
I did want to make a separate point, though, that any forms for retaining walls or landscape features that are within the setback will not be calculated in that survey letter. That's only for structures in exceeding 18 inches. So mainly that survey letter is going to be concerned with the house and the garage.
Okay.
Were there any additional questions or anything that I missed?
I had a question, Brian. So where we are talking about separation of the property line, like on the neighbors are on the left and the applicant on the right.
Correct.
Is that the length of about 100 feet or so that they are talking about?
Right.
Or
That's that survey line in question. It's 102 feet and 102.72 feet as indicated on the survey.
okay,
And that's the side property.
okay, okay. And okay, thank you for that. And the Park Avenue is not a through street beyond the 864 home?
Correct. So 864 was the last home built on Park Avenue. And as
Okay.
as you're familiar with this pattern of development on the mid-coast, paper streets adjoining a developed road are responsible for paving that extension for the road to service the project site. So
I see.
that's the pattern, or why the extension that was selected by the applicant is presented to you today.
Okay. And is there any mention of trimming of this canopy of that big tree in the report?
So no, because the trimming of limbs aren't a permit requirement.
Okay.
It's the intent of the applicant to save all trees, and their application didn't include the removal of any significant trees on the parcel or as part of the grading activity they're proposing. We do recognize that the critical root zone for that tree is within the project area, and that is why we added additional conditions that an arborist be on site and that any hand tools be used within that critical root zone of that tree.
Okay.
They find out it's not salvageable or the health of the tree, upon closer investigation, they'll be required to apply for a tree removal permit.
Okay. Thank you, Brian.
Yes.
Brian, quickly, so what remedies does the neighbor have to contest the property line?
Really, the only remedy for a property boundary is a competing survey by a licensed surveyor, is my understanding, and it's essentially a civil matter between two property owners of two private parcels.
Because the applicant already has his survey already done, right?
The applicant has completed their survey, yes.
Right. So in order to settle, I guess, a dispute, the neighbor would have to hire their own surveyor?
If there was a question on the methodology that the applicant surveyor used in conducting their survey, then it would be the responsibility of the, I guess, arguing party to supply their own competing survey, similar to the competing arborist report that you heard in the last item, to where the burden of proof is on the one contesting the survey.
Okay, so I mean, they have to hire their own independent surveyor so that can recheck those set points and figure out if there is actually a discrepancy on that. Am I correct?
Correct.
Can I jump in, Commissioner Hanson, offer some clarity?
Please do.
Yeah, I hesitate to say that they have to hire their own surveyor. They don't have to. If they believe that there's an error in the survey, they're free to communicate to the surveyor what they think the error is and ask that it be corrected. The county has the right to rely upon the official surveys that are filed by licensed surveyors. So the process that the county uses is that if a person holds a license as a land surveyor or a civil engineer and they file the appropriate maps, then we can rely upon their accuracy until we have reason to believe otherwise. So we don't we don't undertake to dispute the contents of filed surveys, but the adjacent owners, if they have a property line controversy with their neighbor, they can pursue civil remedies to resolve them. But I don't want to say that somehow there's a county requirement that we will only that they have to hire their own surveyor in order to communicate their concerns to the other surveyor.
Thank you, Tim.
Correct. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Other questions? Okay, let's see. Have we closed the public? Yes, we did. So next is discussion among ourselves. Does anybody want to take the lead on this?
I can support this project.
I see another nod.
If I can follow to that, just going to say that from looking at the whole project overall, and I think that the applicant has been very respectful of the neighbors around, because having that property be as low as it is, I mean, they could be much higher. I think that will save the views for the neighbors that are behind, that are to the side. So to me, I think it's a very well articulated design. I like it. And I saw the other comment was that, they should not plant any trees that are going to grow very tall. But for the most part, I think based on what I saw for the planting, it does support that. So I'm also going to support the project.
I'm in agreement with you. That's what I saw too when I looked at the landscape planning and stuff like that. It did not seem to interfere with the immediate views, and I found it very respectful for all the other homes in the neighborhood. Not that any house gets preference over another. And okay, I see at least 3 commissioners in support, so I will look for a motion for approval.
I'm ready to make the motion.
Please.
So I propose that Planning Commission approve the design review and grading permit, county file number PLN 2019-00472, based on and subject to the required findings and conditions of approval listed in attachment A.
I'm going to second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we proceed to roll call?
Commissioner Ramirez?
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta?
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum?
Aye.
Chairman Hansen?
Aye.
Thank you.
So congratulations, and we will now move to our final item, which is a continuation.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have item number 4, applicant Limited Housing Corporation, file PLN 013-00264, location Carlos Street, Moss Beach.
You're getting some echo? Oh.
There you go.
Good morning. Before Mike Tyler makes the presentation on this, just a couple notes from the director. As you know, this is a continuation of a hearing that we began on January 20th in Half Moon Bay. The matter is a local coastal program amendment, and we received a great deal of feedback at that meeting. And the purpose of today's hearing is to continue that hearing and provide staff with an opportunity to respond to the questions and comments that were raised at the prior meeting. So Mike Schaller is prepared to do that. In addition to responding to comments, he'll provide a brief description of some minor adjustments that have been made to the proposal. And then we will be happy to answer any questions that the commissioners may have. So Mike, why don't you go ahead and start the staff presentation?
Thank you, Steve.
We're still hearing the echo.
Do you need to turn yours?
I think the problem is Mike and Janet are in the same room, and so you can only have one mic on at a time, I think.
Ah.
I think you're good now, Mike.
Okay, can the commissioners hear me?
Yes, perfectly. That's the problem. That was the problem.
Hear that?
Thank you, Steve.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. I'll be brief, or I should say it's good afternoon. I'll be brief since we've been here a while now. Just to, as Steve mentioned, because of the amount of time that has elapsed since our last meeting on this project, let me quickly refamiliarize you with the project location and the major components of the proposed PUD. The site is located at the intersection of Carlos and Sierra Streets in Moss Beach. The surrounding neighborhood to the south and east is composed of single-family residences, generally on 5,000 square foot lots. The north side of the site borders the 16th Street right-of-way. And beyond these intervening homes lies Montero Creek. The site slopes generally east to west. Vegetation on the site consists primarily of grasslands, coastal scrub, and invasive species. Forested lands comprise predominantly Monterey pine and cypress trees located here along the northern portion of the parcel. Remnant concrete building foundations from previous use as a military site are here in the center, and that's primarily where any future development of the site would be located. The proposal before you, that is before the commission today, is a request to amend the county's local coastal plan and the particular zoning regulations that implement the LCP. Those changes to the zoning would enable a 71-unit affordable housing development on the parcel, subject to the issuance of a coastal development permit. Now, the current zoning, which the site plan for which you see here on the screen right now, was adopted in 1986 and permits a 148-unit residential development with a mix of affordable and market rate residences. Approximately half of the parcel would be left as some form of open space under this existing zoning. The proposed amendment before you today would reduce the number of dwelling units down to 71, all of which, except for the manager's unit, would be reserved as affordable units. This downscaling of development on the site would result in a density of 6.5 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the density of the surrounding neighborhood. Where the existing zoning distributes development across most of the parcel, the current proposal would cluster development near the center of the parcel, as you can see here, and leave more than half of the property as true open space, providing a buffer between this development and adjacent residents, which are shown here on these visual simulations. As discussed in your report, the applicant has made several changes to the proposed amendments that respond to comments received at the hearing and in writing. And I do know that the applicant wishes to discuss these changes in greater detail, but I'll briefly mention them here. The first one is the postponement of the general plan amendment. The applicant has requested that the general plan amendment be considered after the Coastal Commission certifies the proposed LCP amendments. Building height and measurement, the applicant has reduced the proposed height of all structures to 28 feet, measured as the vertical distance from any point on the finished grade to the topmost point of the building directly above. Setback, the applicant has revised the site plan so that all buildings will maintain a 20-foot setback from the Carlos Street property line. And then preference for local residents and workers. While not directly spelled out in the proposed amendments, the applicant has worked with the county's Department of Housing to increase the number of units that have a local preference designation to 75% of the units. Now, at the January commission hearing, and afterwards, we received a number of issues were raised by members of the public, including traffic and circulation problems, wildfire hazard and evacuation, and alternative locations. With regards to the circulation issues, the county has worked with the applicant to identify a suite of viable improvements that will accompany project construction. These include pedestrian and bicycle access improvements to facilitate pedestrian connections to transit stops at California Avenue and Etheldorf Street. They also include the applicant assisting the county with the implementation of planned Class 3 bikeways within Moss Beach. With regards to transit improvements, the applicant will be asked to construct accessible bus stops, if feasible, at California Avenue and Etheldorf Street. The applicant will also be tasked with evaluating and implementing a transportation demand management plan. With regard to traffic improvements, the preliminary plan that was included as attachment D of your report proposes to restrict the portion of Carlos Street between Highway 1 and the driveway into the project site to emergency vehicle access only. The preliminary plan also calls for the applicant to contribute their fair share to the construction of intersection controls on Highway 1. Those controls are the subject of the Connect the Coast Planning Initiative, which is also currently underway. With regards to wildfire hazards and evacuation routes, many comments were made about the elevated fire hazard in the area, and this is definitely true in the open space areas surrounding Moss Beach. However, as discussed in your report, the developed areas of Moss Beach and Montera that surround and include the subject parcel are not within designated fire hazard areas as indicated on the fire hazard severity zone maps prepared by CAL FIRE. Regarding the subject property itself, development of the property will help to reduce fire hazard in the immediate neighborhood by reducing fuel load on the parcel through the removal of dead trees and other highly flammable vegetation. Concerning evacuation routes, the County Fire Marshal intends to launch a publicly accessible platform called Zone Haven later this summer. This online tool will provide first responders and the public immediate evacuation information in the case of a wildfire or other disaster. The platform will allow agencies countywide to decide when and where to evacuate and to monitor evacuation route traffic in real time. It is also available in real time for the public to see if their zone is evacuated. And finally, a number of comments have been made suggesting that this project would be more appropriate at a different location. While the site is not free of constraints, there are a number of reasons that make designation of this property as an affordable housing site appropriate. These include limited land availability and infrastructure at other locations, restrictive zoning at those locations, and the cost of land acquisition and construction. Sewer and water capacity have been reserved in the Montero Water and Sanitary District's Public Works Plan specifically for an affordable housing project on the site, and other potential sites could or do contain sensitive habitat or could impact scenic view sheds. In conclusion, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they adopt a resolution directing staff to submit the local coastal program amendments to the California Coastal Commission for certification. Are there any questions I can answer for the commissioners at this time? As I said, I do believe the applicants also wish to speak regarding their requested amendments to the project description.
Okay, we'll follow up with them after the commission has any questions for you.
Okay. I have a quick question.
Please.
Mike. Has an environment impact review, has it been done or assessed in this particular project regarding hazardous material or soil contamination?
No, as is discussed in the first staff report we provided to the commission back in January, and as discussed in response to comments in this memo that you received last week. For this phase of the project, the Coastal Commission is the lead agency for purposes of CEQA. Now, the issues that you raised will be addressed in the CEQA review for any future coastal development permit that is requested for the site, and mitigation measures will be formulated and reviewed and imposed on the project at that time. But the information provided, the initial evaluations provided by the applicant at this time do not indicate that there is a problem of such a magnitude that it would prohibit use of the site for the proposed use.
So basically, based on the review for the county stuff, you guys consider that environmental impact review is not necessary?
Let me,
it will be.
Mike, if I'd like to respond to that, please. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Santa Cruz. The staff has not made any determination regarding the level of environmental review that's going to be required once we are processing a development application. The matter that's before you is a proposal to amend our local coastal program. And that proposal needs to be reviewed and approved by the Coastal Commission. And the Coastal Commission's review procedure provides the functional equivalent of an environmental document prepared under CEQA. So we are following the procedures laid out by the state for review and certification of a local coastal program amendment. And then that will be followed at a later date by our review of a coastal development permit application. And at that point, we will need to make a determination regarding any additional environmental review required.
So Steve, the recommendation of reviewing, like updating the local coastal program amendment, it is tied to this project. Why is it tied to this project? I'm just wondering.
The amendment is needed because the current zoning establishes a planned unit development project for the site that is different from the planned unit development project that this applicant wants to build. Mike just put up on the screen the planned unit development site plan that is embedded in our zoning and that allows for the maximum development of a much greater number of units. The applicant is requesting that we change our local coastal program to remove this site plan and replace it with a new planned unit development site plan, which is on your screen now. This planned unit development has a much fewer number of units. Planned unit developments are a unique type of zoning district that specify a site plan. And if you want to do something different, you need to amend that site plan, which is a zoning amendment. So because this is an amendment to the planned unit development zoning, which is a part of the county's local coastal program, it needs to be approved by the California Coastal Commission before we can process a permit for the project. So it's not all that unusual that you will have local coastal program amendments that are driven by a project applicant who would like to do something slightly different than maybe currently allowed by the local coastal program. But it's essential that in such instances that the applicant and the local government obtain the Coastal Commission approval of that amendment before we process the permit, because the processing of the permit requires us to determine that the project is consistent with the local coastal program. And so we need to change the existing PUD site plan in order to entertain a future application for a project by the applicant. I hope that addresses your question.
Yeah, in a way. But then that means that we are changing basically the law to fit the project.
I wouldn't characterize it as a change in law because other than the adjustment that we've made requiring that future development on this site be 100% affordable, with exception to the manager's unit, there is no change in policy. All the local coastal program policies regulating future development continue to apply to this project. The only thing that's being changed is the site plan under which that future development project will be reviewed under.
Okay, then my second concern is if we are modifying or updating, whatever we want to call them, the provision of the local coastal permit to fit the project because it's affordable, and then we know for a fact, and people talk about the area that is a soil contamination or lead or something, wouldn't that make more sense to do an environment impact review if we were to adjust the LCP to fit that specific project?
Yes, and I wouldn't want the commission to have the impression that there has been no assessment of the possibility that there are contaminants in the soil, because there have been investigations into that matter. And the conclusion of those investigations are that any contamination can be appropriately remediated in a manner that will protect the public's health and safety. And in fact, future implementation of a project at this site provides an opportunity to remove contaminants that are may currently be in the soil and may currently be posing a health hazard to anybody who might go onto the property. So we believe that the future construction of a project at this location will actually be beneficial in helping to remediate any contamination that may exist from the previous military use.
Okay.
Any
I have
other?
a question.
Please.
I got a bunch of questions, but you can stop me when I go on too long. I appreciate the applicant's plan adjustments to bring the building height and front setback in line with the surrounding single-family residential district, but the revised plans are not in the staff report. PUD 140, Section B, the development plan references the plans from January 22nd Planning Commission meeting, and Section F, setbacks, G, lot coverage, and H, floor area reference plans from the June 10 Planning Commission meeting, which we don't have. We don't have new plans. We just have the old plans. So what do we do about that?
Yes, and thank you for catching that. I think our intent was to recognize that the approval of this PUD amendment is conditioned upon a site plan revision that would accomplish that additional setback. And I think it would be in the applicant's interest and the staff's desire that that adjustment to the plan be made before the Board of Supervisors action. But for purposes of today's hearing, our recommendation would be a conditional approval of the planned unit development amendment with the requirement that the site plan be adjusted to achieve that setback.
So does that have to be, that wording have to be added to the motion? Since these new plans are not in the June Planning Commission meeting?
I think it would be appropriate for the motion to be clear in that regard, yes.
All right, so somehow we need to cover that. Then also, thank you for addressing my written comments in the staff report and adjusting the PUD wording. There's one comment that was overlooked regarding the approval process for the planned unit developments in the coastal zone. PUD 124 for Farallon Vista on this same parcel appears to be the only PUD adopted under the county's LCP. The Board of Supervisors adopted it and certified the EIR on March 11, 1986. That PUD references development plans approved by the Planning Commission in October 85, 5 months earlier. So I see no precedent for this reverse order that we're following now. And my concern, I guess, was just newly inflamed by this attachment D, which on the staff report on circulation improvements, which comes seemingly out of nowhere. And I presume we are not expected to address any of that today?
Well, I'll address that comment first and then go back to the processing order. And so The attachment regarding the local circulation improvements that we think should go along with the project was intended to be responsive to the questions and comments that we received at the last meeting, where community members and commissioners expressed a desire to understand if if this amendment were to move forward, how do we know it can be accommodated in a manner where it would not overwhelm local circulation and traffic issues. And so we created this list to provide a menu of ways in which we believe those issues can be overcome. Commissioner Ketchum, you're right. The Planning Commission is not being asked to make any endorsement of that list. It's not intended to be binding. It's only intended to be responsive to some of the questions and concerns we received at the last meeting. Moving on to the processing, you are right, Commissioner Ketchum, that when the county previously processed a PUD for this site, it processed the permit concurrently with the plan amendment. And in fact, from the sequence you described, it sounds like the permit might have actually come first and then be conditioned upon the PUD adoption. In my experience of dealing with local coastal program amendments, that is not the preferred way the Coastal Commission likes project-driven LCP amendments to proceed. And it's based on that experience that I advise this applicant against the concurrent processing. And the reasons both the Coastal Commission and the county believe it's important that we amend the local coastal program first before we move forward with any permit actions is because in order to approve a permit, the county must find that the development is consistent with the local coastal program. So if we were to approve a permit at this point for a project, it would have to be contingent upon the Coastal Commission certification of the local coastal program. And I think it's really important for the commissioners and the public to understand that the Coastal Commission has the authority to make modifications, to suggest modifications to LCP amendment. So it is possible that should the county submit this amendment for Coastal Commission approval, the Coastal Commission might require adjustments to the site plan. And if that would occur, that would then necessitate adjustments to the permit application. Moreover, the level of review required for a project-specific application necessitates that we get into levels of detail that would require the applicant to produce plans at a level of detail that could very likely change. And so they would have to expend a great deal of resources to create project-specific plans that might change based on what the Coastal Commission does. And so it's, I think, in everyone's interest to make sure that we address the planning issues associated with Coastal Act compliance before we move forward with a project-specific development. So that's the explanation about the process that we're following.
So, thank you for that. I just, this circulation stuff threw me for a loop. Can I just sum up my thought on that, or should I just leave that all aside? I just, it's just that, can I say tone deaf? This list, it's sprung on us now. It does not bode well as we consider the proposed PUD amendment and then take on faith that the subsequent CDP process will address all these key issues with a good outcome. And like I say, I could give you a quick summary of what I mean by tone deaf in these three, the walking, bike, the transit, the closing Carlos. I mean, you only have to look at actually the EIR for the 1986 project, which was much bigger than this. They called for just right turn only from Carlos onto the highway. They didn't close it off. the safety mobility study, 2012, same thing. Until just out of the blue now, and that's just one example. So it's a concern. But let me shift gears, and is another approach I wanted to take. And this, I'm hoping that I would like to ask questions and you can confirm if my understanding is correct on these items. And I'm hoping that this will help anybody in the audience or anybody about this. The medium density zoning proposed for Cypress Point is the same density as the surrounding R1 single family residential district. Is that correct?
I believe that's the case. Mike, can you confirm that for me?
Yes, that is correct. Yes, that is
Okay.
the same general plan density, 6.5.
So the R1 district, where second units are allowed, will be higher density at build out than Cypress Point.
Yes, that would be correct if you factor in, you know, if all the people who potentially could have a second unit on their property chose to build one, you could potentially have a higher density.
The open space provided by a clustering of the buildings of Cypress Point will be publicly accessible with amenities such as trail, benches, maybe even an exercise course. So that being the advantage to this clustering, or one of the advantages, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
I think there will be areas of the site that will remain in kind of a natural state. So if you look at the site that's on your screen, I would imagine that those, as you go down towards the gully at the north side of the property, that wouldn't necessarily be accessible to the public. But I think all the amenities that are shown on the site plan will be available to reasonable public use.
Well, particularly along Sierra, you know, there's a viewing area and there's a trail.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. And so then on density, on build out. So Midcoast LCP build out numbers include 148 residential units for this parcel. That's built in already in the LCP. This amendment will reduce LCP build out by 77 units. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. In comparison, none of the land use policies evaluated for Connect the Coast side will reduce the 2012 LCP build out numbers, since mandatory merger of adjacently owned substandard lots is assumed to have already been implemented. So in my mind, this 77 units is really something. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood these things, and including myself. Okay. Then one other thing, the resist density is concerned because they submitted several peer review studies that weren't responded to. And I wondered, can these be included with the original studies submitted by the applicant, or otherwise how will they be addressed?
We will absolutely submit all the correspondence and studies we received as part of our LCP submittal to the Coastal Commission.
Okay, okay, thank you. Well, then also, as far as that goes, because the packet that's posted with all the comments for today is got duplications and it's kind of jumbled. If at the point it's being prepared to submit to the Coastal Commission, if that could be organized and duplications removed, that would really help anybody that's looking through it.
We will do that.
Thank you. Okay, that's all for me for now.
Anybody else have questions of staff?
Yes.
Please.
To follow up on what Commissioner Ketchum said about access to the for the public. Public has access to various amenities on this development. Is the parking also going to be accessible to public?
The parking is intended to serve the residents of the project only, the residents and visitors.
Okay. So there'll be signs posted there saying that for residents only?
I think that we'll let the applicant address that. I'm not sure about their plans for signs.
Okay, Okay, that was just, sorry, that was just more curiosity while we were looking at what would be accessible. Okay. So my question is, I visited that area and I would like to understand, I couldn't really figure out from the site visit, where are the different entrances going to be to this development?
So the only vehicle entrance into the site will be off of Carlos Street at this location. And
Okay.
if you give me 1 second, I can pull that up on Google Street View if you give me just a moment.
Before you do that,
Okay.
Mike, why don't you point out the pedestrian connection to Stetson?
Yes, so we have pedestrian access here to, I believe it's Lincoln. Don't have my strong glasses on right now. Then there's also a proposed pedestrian access down here to Stetson at this location right here.
To Stetson.
I'm sorry, Sierra. That's
To Sierra. Okay.
Sierra, yes, I'm sorry. At this location. That is, you know, the precise location of these trails, that'll be worked out if the applicant moves through and applies for a coastal development permit. Fine details such as the precise location of where this particular trail will be located, that'll be worked out at that phase. We start looking at things like protecting a specific tree, for example, or making sure that if perhaps moving that trail slightly would reduce the amount of grading that's required. Those are the kind of fine details that will be examined at the CDP stage, if it gets there.
Right. And also the setback from the front, when that changes the plan, that may change some of these trails or minor details.
That potentially could. It's specifically referring to these buildings right here. These would be moved slightly in this direction, away from this property line. So in the conceptual plan right at the moment, there's no discussion about walking trails through this area. But again, that's one of those fine details that if the project moves to the CDP phase, the applicant could augment their application to include a walking trail through this area.
Okay. So on this drawing, is the vehicle entrance from Carlos also here somewhere?
Yes, it's shown right here. And this is
that's
where,
the one.
yeah, so there is an existing dirt road that enters into the property and is actually a remnant of the former use of the site as a military base. That was the primary military access when it was used as a military base. And if you give me just a moment, I can pull up, I hope I can pull up Street View on that. I'll stop sharing for a second here. And get back to.
So are there plans of widening Carlos Street? Because that turn, it's such a difficult turn there.
You mean down where Carlos Street intersects with Highway 1?
Right.
No, that was right. So that's obviously been a large point of discussion regarding this project in particular, but also Connect the Coast side. A number of potential options have been discussed. Where the potential option at the moment that is being discussed is closure of Carlos Street, some form of movable bollards that would be placed here, that emergency vehicles would be able to to lower to allow emergency vehicle access, but actually, I apologize. It would be here, so that driver or vehicles coming off of Highway 1 would not be able to access into the site at this point. So all traffic coming in and out of the project site would be routed this way on Carlos Street, and then into the rest of Moss Beach.
Yeah, because right now the Carlos Street, there were some pedestrians walking there, but there's no place for pedestrians. That's further down.
Right. So I think we want to clarify is that the attachment D is, again, it's potential measures that are being thought about, developed. One of the, and Steve can speak to this as well, but of course, one of the things, as I mentioned in my presentation, is the Connect the Coast Side transportation planning project is also currently underway. And there's an enormous amount of discussion about different types of improvements that will come out of the Connect the Coast Side process. So what we're presenting, or what is being included in your staff report today, is not written in stone. It's not the final say of what will happen or could happen. It's
but
simply,
there's awareness that these need to be addressed, right?
oh yes, we're very aware that there's issues that need to be addressed. And they're going to take some potential solving. That's going to take, they're complicated, yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. Another question that I had is that when I was driving on this Sierra Street, there was a sign saying End County Road, right next to the Cypress Point area.
Okay. Yes, I
So-
believe at approximately Pearl Street, Sierra Street, as you're moving down Sierra Street towards, back up just a bit here. So this is Pearl Street, I believe. And yes, at this point, Sierra Street is not maintained by the county.
I see, right. Because further down on Sierra Street, going away from Cypress Point, that's a gravel road.
Yes,
It's
this
not-
portion of Sierra Street is gravel road, yes.
Gravel road, yeah. Right. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just kind of a general question here. So we know that the military used to use this as a training facility. Was it at that time? Was the rest of the area developed? The houses, or was it that did the military use more than just this particular site?
Actually, from the historic information, the report that was prepared and submitted by the applicant, the historical report, the military base encompassed the project site, and it also extended across, if you can imagine back in the during World War II, when this site was developed by the military, Cabrillo Highway did not exist at that time. Carlos Street was the de facto Highway 1. So there was a bridge that went across Carlos Street and allowed foot traffic to reach what's now the Montero Sanitary District land. And that's where the base was actually used as a anti-aircraft artillery training base. And there are actually, you can see where the cannon were actually mounted along here. There, you can actually still see the old concrete. So this land that is now encompassed by the Montero Sanitary District and up to basically where the Lighthouse Hostel is, was also part of the military base. Most of the photos, air photos that I've seen from that period of time in the 1940s, most of these houses were not there at that time. Most of these have been developed. There were a scattering of houses in Moss Beach, but
right. So most of this area wasn't developed at that time.
no, not in the 1940s.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking that is because you know, we're talking about the cleanup that may need to be done around this whole area. But I'm also thinking, like, you know, back in the days when this area was zoned for development, you know, how much of cleaning did they actually do to allow all these people to put all these houses there? My point is that at this point, I think that we are much more aware of the environment and what needs to be done in order to create habitable spaces. I think that, you know, if you started digging around this neighborhood, you'll find all kinds of stuff that shouldn't be there, that would not be today deemed as a safe place for people to live. So, you know, I know that we want an EIR at some point, and to figure out how much cleanup needs to be done. But I think if we really were to dig, I think this entire neighborhood probably would have to be dug up and removed in order to do major cleanup around there. So from my perspective, this is going to be one of the cleanest areas for habitable space for humans, and for the you know, for the wildlife that may be around there. So that's just a comment, and thanks for clarifying about the area, because I was wondering, you know, how far did this thing extend at the time? Because I doubt that they were extremely accurate to be hitting, you know, when they would practice target practicing, that they would hit a particular place without going all over the place. Also, comment on one thing that I would like to see. Because I know that back when we had the big wave project, one of the big issues that came before us that was brought up was the sewer and the water capabilities of the sanitary system. And at that time, the sanitary district actually gave us a letter to say that they were absolutely capable of handling the additional service that they needed to do. So I would like to see something on writing, not just a vague statement, that says that we absolutely have the capacity to supply this site. I know that in general they have said that there is, but I would like to see something more concrete on that going forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We can work with the district to obtain a concrete letter as you're requesting.
Right. Those are my comments at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'll let the applicant also make a few comments, and then opening up to questions from us.
Hi, this is Andrew Belak. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want to thank all the commissioners, staff members, and the public for being here. As you know, this is our second time before the Planning Commission talking about Cypress Point. I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully you can see the presentation in front of you. Is that showing up now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
How about now?
Yeah.
Great. I'm from Midpen Housing. I'm our Associate Director of Housing Development. We have a few other folks from MidPenn who are on the line as well. I'm listing their names here: Jan Lindenthal, Nevada Merriman, Serena Ip, and a few folks from our design and consultant team who are going to help answer questions. You've heard of MidPenn Housing before, I think, from our last presentation, but we are affordable housing developer, a nonprofit based here in San Mateo County that's been working for 50 years. We also own and provide resident services at all our developments. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the proposal itself, since you heard some of the overarching plans from our last presentation in January, but just as a quick reminder, it's a 71 unit proposal that preserves a lot of the site, about half as undeveloped space. It's 100% affordable except for the resident manager's unit, who would be an employee of MidPenn, and we're proposing 2 parking spaces per unit. There's a few items I'm going to walk through today, talking about some of the updates from the previous submission, but a couple things I just wanted to address before I go into that. In terms of the general plan amendment, that was one other change that we proposed, to have the general plan amendment reviewed after the LCP, after the Coastal Commission certifies that change. A lot of the reason we think that is appropriate is because we believe that should be done in coordination with the SEQR review at the time the county is doing that, since the LCP amendment falls under the review of the Coastal Commission's SEQA equivalent process of environmental review, but the general plan amendment does not necessarily. We believe that is best done in coordination with the coastal development permit review. So that's why we propose to remove the general plan amendment from this portion of the review. I also just want to emphasize that we have done more than 25 different individual reports related to assessing the impacts of this property. So I know there's been questions about the environmental review process, and I think those reports have been all made available publicly, gone through multiple drafts, including related to things like the soils. We have found that this site has levels, its levels of any contamination is not significant and is suitable for development. We also plan to implement a site management plan, and that would properly dispose of any material that we found during the development process. So I'm going to run through these issues one by one, and I'm going to start a little bit with the height. And I recognize Commissioner Ketchum's comment about the plans and looking for that update. We are happy to, of course, do a more complete update of the sets of plans at any point in time in response to that comment. At this point, we have mostly just prepared a couple exhibits that demonstrate how we will be complying with the updated changes to the LCP amendment. Starting with the height. So what we are proposing from our last meeting, at the time we were had buildings that were between 32 and 36 feet high, measured from the finished grade to the top of the roof. Based on comments we heard, in particular, interest in trying to see have our buildings meet the previous standards from the PUD, which were a maximum of 28 feet, we have reduced those building heights between 4 and 8 feet. So that is a significant reduction. We're always trying to balance the community's interest in and visual impacts, developing a feasible project, and we think we've struck a good balance here. So we're pleased to have been able to make that revision. This is also an exhibit showing that we will be moving a couple of our buildings near Carlo Street to make sure that we meet a 20-foot setback. In the last version, it was more like 10 to 11 feet. In the version on the right, which is again just an exhibit showing where we would be moving the building, it's going to be moved back to 20 feet from Carlo Street to again meet the previous PUD that exists on the site. And also we would be making some minor changes to our parking to move that in and move building D, as you see here, up slightly. The third major update that we've made is the preferences. As you heard, we are increasing that. At the last time we were at 51% of the units, so 36 total, that we're going to have a live work coastal preference. Ultimately, the decision about what the preference can be is determined by the county, in particular the Department of Housing. We have advocated to have that preference apply to as many units as possible, recognizing which I think you've heard from many people across the coast side, the lack of affordable housing right now and the importance of housing for people who live and work there. Thankfully, the county was able to approve an increase. So 75% of the total development now is proposed to have, is approved to have a live-work preference applied to it. The last sort of major item I want to talk about is the traffic analysis, circulation issues that were addressed. And I want to start just by, acknowledging that, as we've said, this is still an early time in the project. We have done a lot of work in the last few years. We've been, working on this project for more than 4 years, and traffic has been our one of the major focuses since the beginning. With that in mind, some of the ideas and potential solutions that we want to discuss today are still in their initial phase. There's a lot of remaining time on this project to go in terms of public reviews, and we recognize that there's going to be continued discussion in this process, but we've come up with some ideas that we think would be appropriate and plan to continue to work with the county on these. So our study evaluated 10 different intersections near in the vicinity of the project, which would be located here. We look at conditions, and this is standard traffic analysis practices, that we look at conditions as they exist right now, how they're going to be affected by potential projects in the area that are expected to move forward, and we often call that background conditions. And then cumulative, which refers to modeling scenarios to imagine potential changes and growth in traffic over time. And on top of that, we overlay potential impacts from our project. There are 3 primary issues that we saw that are existing right now, but are in some way related to our project, that were the biggest focus of our study. So State Route 1 and Carlos Street, which you've heard a little bit about and addressed in some of the initial comments. State Route 1 in California, and generally the pedestrian and connections to transit in the neighborhood. Starting with State Route 1 and Carlos Street, this is a photo looking south from the intersection of Carlos and State Route 1. As everyone knows, this is an existing Caltrans facility, so requiring coordination for any sort of solution that would be done at that intersection. The critical issues here, the one is that there are conflicting turn lanes on State Route 1, so cars traveling different directions and you're looking to turn could be having to face each other in the same lane, which is obviously not ideal. But the bigger issue is this lack of sight distance south, so you can not see as far as really a driver should be able to make a safe turn. That includes turning right or turning left out of Carlos Street or turning onto Carlos Street. And that is really those are really the issues we're trying to solve, which are really based around safety. Although this is an existing issue, our residents would be likely to use this intersection to some degree, which is why we're focused on working towards a solution. And that safety is our first priority related to that. We looked at a lot of different potential options here. I want to emphasize that there are many options that—
Sure, but I'm eating.
Oh, I know. Well, I'll bring it back.
Oh, thanks.
There are many options that we considered initially looking at this, and that includes the possibility of intersection control. To do a full analysis of that, it would require an ICE evaluation, intersection control evaluation, but we looked at the potential possibilities around multiple things, including also improving the sight distance, for example, by doing grading on Highway 1, eliminating the left turn lane on State Route 1 where there is an existing conflict. We've looked at the possibility of merging Carlos Street with 16th Street and eliminating this intersection itself. I know the right turn only was mentioned. From what we've seen, that really does not solve the sight distance issue, which is why we hadn't considered it further. And finally, restricting Carlos Street to pedestrians, cyclists, and emergency vehicles north of the project site. So that would be this yellow line here. Any cars or passenger automobiles looking to travel onto Highway 1 from our project site entrance or in the neighborhood would access it through through one of the entrances further south. That is the proposal that at this point we feel is the most practical and achievable and really solves the safety issue. And we're happy to discuss that more. State Route 1 in California is the other key area where we see some real existing issues and area where we wanted to help figure out a solution since our residents would likely use this as well. This is again a Caltrans facility. You have a somewhat unusual configuration with a lot of different streets merging onto State Route 1 at this point. And then over time, there is a buildup and created what is now a delay for vehicles accessing State Route 1 from some of those other side streets. Again, this is something that isn't existing, but our residents would likely use it, so see some increase, though relatively minor, in some of the delays at that intersection. We recognize there's ongoing work that the county is doing through its Connect the Coast side, and that includes looking at a mixture of short and long-term potential solutions for this intersection to identify the preferred, since the intersection control is likely the solution that would be identified for this intersection. We plan to support that evaluation to determine what is the best approach, whether it's a stoplight or a roundabout, and also contribute based on our project's impacts to the traffic at that intersection, contribute a fee towards the solution. The last thing is just the transit and pedestrian network in the area, which again has some limitations and challenges right now because of some of the lack of sidewalks, the lack of crossings, the transit stops that don't have adequate benches and shelter. So I think, as you saw in the exhibit provided by staff, there are multiple potential solutions that have been identified, and that from MidPenn's perspective, we are very much willing to be a part of that solution and provide funding to support the implementation of those solutions. And this is just a quick map showing sort of the general vicinity of where those would be. We also would plan to develop a transportation demand management program that also helps with our residents in terms of using transit and encouraging modes of transportation other than driving. And an example of the type of thing we do for that is provide subsidies to make it easier for our residents and more affordable to use transit. I think you're aware of our overall process, but following where we are right now in the middle of 2020, we would be going, if this project were approved, going to the Board of Supervisors and the Coastal Commission for review of the LCP amendment, followed by the CDP, the Coastal Development Permit, and General Plan. And only at that point would we be working on the building permitting, closing financing, and starting construction. But the timeline is a little bit obviously farther out and still. I want to just close by again thanking everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak. But I want to also just appeal to the public and the commissioners on our proposal. We've been working on this project for more than 4 years, and we have seen housing become more unaffordable. We have seen homelessness increase. We have seen inequalities continue to grow in the county and across the Bay Area. And we know that providing affordable housing transforms people's lives in fundamental ways, because we've seen it again and again. As you've heard, we've reduced the density by more than half, and that gets us less far than it could in terms of solving the affordable housing issues that we have. And that's a hard decision to make, because it's somewhat painful for us to not necessarily be providing as much housing as we could to those who need it. But we think it's really important to be responsive, and that's very much built into our philosophy, which is why we wanted to do the medium density development and match the neighborhood density. So this is really not an opportunity that comes along often. It's one of 3 sites on the coast side that is designated for affordable housing, and it's the only one that is feasible and actually available for development. So this is really the opportunity. And we know the need is great, and we just really hope we can come together a solution. So we will continue to listen and engage, but we believe it's essential to act and serve the families and workers and residents who need an affordable place to live. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have commissioners who want to ask questions? I see Commissioner Santa Cruz, you raised your hand.
Did I raise my hand?
Oh, I just saw a hand up there. I thought you were singing.
No. But now I just wanna, I didn't raise my hand, but I just wanna, when Commissioner Ketchum was, Gupta was saying about San Carlos, I brought to my attention, is there any fire truck turnaround considered for this project? I'm sure there is. Whoever wants to.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure if I was unmuted. Yes, there would be a turnaround in the project plans that would allow, and we've already had, a preliminary meeting with the fire department to discuss access. And there's a multiple point of, there's an additional entry that would be allowed for fire truck access on the east side of the project as well. That would be just restricted solely for fire trucks.
Okay, thank you.
Who else? One more question?
I have a question.
Go.
Okay. So as I had mentioned, I visited the site and it's a tough one. The turns there, they are so tight, but I'm glad that I'm speaking to Andrew, that yes, I'm glad that you are addressing those, and they are very critical. I saw kids playing on this Sierra Street, on the street. They were playing there. So safety of cars, because it's also not a flat land. The streets are very steep. So just the access to the Cypress Point site has to be looked at very carefully. Yeah. And I'm happy that you are aware of those and working towards those. Okay. So the questions that I have is that many of the speakers have talked about traffic studies. Okay. So how are we addressing the traffic that would increase because of this development?
Thank you for that question. And I think your comments are well taken. We recognize that transportation and traffic is one of the central issues, and that's why we've focused on it since the beginning. So the traffic studies that we do examine and are really focused on the impacts from our development, beyond just our development, impacts that we expect to see in the area. That's why I talked about sort of how they model out a little bit potential growth and other projects that are likely to happen. And then what we see is, and what that study finds is what then the likely traffic issues that you may see at that future point in time if our project moved ahead. And so we are measuring the impacts of our project, and the areas where we see impacts that we feel that show that there needs some solution are the ones, the key ones are the ones I've discussed today. And particularly, we think it's important, for example, that Carlos Street and Highway 1 does need a solution to that issue now, since that is an existing safety issue. Again, and also with California Street, needing some degree of solution for that intersection right now. And finally, I hear you on talking about, I think it was Sarah Street, and seeing kids play, and the general condition of the pedestrian network in the area is pretty limited, so it doesn't allow for a safe experience for people walking or biking in the area. And that's why there are a number of improvements that the county has initially developed that would be implemented along with this project Again, I don't think those are necessarily the final, there's no final decision that those are the exact right list, and I expect there's going to be continued discussion, but those are all things the project would contribute to.
Okay. Yeah, and it's not just traffic on the streets close to that. It's just general traffic in the whole city, whole town, basically. It's going to increase that with 71 homes there, or 71 units. I think there was a number somewhere that how many people are expected to be there and how many cars could be going in and out of there and going through the town. Okay. The other question I have is with this is like a whole community that would be there at Cypress Point. Are you looking at any planning for schools? It will increase school enrollment, health needs, childcare needs. How are you addressing those issues?
Yes, thank you. So starting with your first comment about, our impact of the project, besides just talking about intersections, I think point well taken. And I would also just add that one of the reasons why we think the live work preference is important is because trying to limit and focus on serving residents in the area and workers in the area is a key component of helping to address traffic issues by having people who are already in the community in some way, shape, or form be more likely to be residents of this development. That decreases the potential impact that you might see from people who are otherwise more likely potentially to either be commuting across 92 or north or things like that. So that's one of the reasons why we think that the live work preference is an important component here. In terms of your question about services and things like that, that is always part of our planning. We have met with the superintendent of the school district, both the previous and the current one, to talk about this project, to understand the impacts. That's always ensure that there is capacity. I know the superintendent actually spoke at the last meeting a little bit about this project. We always have after school programs at our family developments as well, that are academic based and have a person from our services department who's deeply involved in connecting children and adults from our developments to resources in the area, but also providing direct services to those on site, such as things like after school program, training, a lot of different components that really make this, I think, a pretty full services opportunity for people, for residents there to be able to access a lot of different things.
Okay. So you fund some of those programs?
Yes. We have after school programs, for example, that are free for all the free for the other age children.
Okay. And health needs? Health needs of the residents who are there, like it increases the need for that too.
Yeah, I mean, we also, our services department is involved in assisting residents sort of across the board with accessing health needs. We recognize there is with new residents in the area, we see those people will need access to health services like any resident. And we, try to work closely with residents. And that's why we have a pretty robust services team to understand those needs and help and make sure they're best connected to resources and understand available options.
Okay, I just wanted to put that out there so that that it's not forgotten.
Understood.
Is that all your questions?
That's all I have.
Commissioner Ramirez, you have any questions?
No, no additional questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Ketchum, any more questions? Nope. Okay, thank you. So we're now in our deliberation and comment phase. First, I want to give my appreciation to Mid Peninsula to actually listening to the community at Half Moon Bay. You made adjustments from what you heard. So you should get kudos for that. I think you took a good project and you made it a better project. Anybody want to take discussions from here?
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
May I add something?
Yeah.
It appears from the record that MidPenn's presentation on the updates to their project that have occurred between January and today might be such that we need to invite public comment solely on the question of the specific issue of the changes. I'm a little concerned that the record shows that they've proposed to do something that has been in response to public comment, but I would recommend that that you invite public comment on the specific issue of the changes, because the Brown Act allows the commission to reasonably regulate public comment, and that includes allocating time for public testimony on particular issues. I know that you took extensive public comment in January, and so general comments on the project are now closed because the public comment on that has closed, but I would recommend opening a comment period for public testimony on the particular issue of the project updates since January.
Okay. This would require a vote to reopen the process for public comment. And again, it would be just on the items that were on discussions today.
Correct.
And
maybe we need to specify those. Like, are we just talking about the building height changes and the setback, or what else specifically has changed? I think it needs to be made clear.
I think what I think it had to do with all the changes from January to the one that we're talking right now, Tim.
Yeah, I think one of the slides in MidPenn's presentation, which I think was called Project Updates, would be a really good rubric for understanding what it is that's changed since January, and that could provide some guidance to the public if anybody wants to comment on those items and raise their hand on those issues.
Okay.
I think it would be good to have that slide up.
Okay, so we'll take a vote to see if we want to reopen for comment. And I also will suggest that if we do go for public comment, that we take a 5-minute break, because this will be probably time extensive, and we keep the comments under 2 minutes. And
correct.
Yeah, and so can we like absolutely clarify what those points are that we're going to be discussing, or for people to have opinion on?
Okay, just to bring the slide.
We don't want to just open it and to be a free for all, because we'll be here forever, I think. But definitely, I am for opening for more additional comments on those issues.
And we can leave this up here so that so the public focuses on these points only.
I think the final bullet, traffic assessment and mitigation options, could go on all day. I mean, what specifically is new here? It has become so confusing. And then we were told that, oh, it's all going to be worked out with Connect the Coast side. So maybe that would be the place to take those comments.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Ketchum. I think the explanation of traffic assessment and mitigation options is not a change. I think that, you know, the various options available to us, while they might have been called out a little more detailed today, they're nothing new necessarily. So I would recommend that we focus on the 3 bullets, if that meets our legal obligations, Tim.
Yeah, the scope,
makes sense. Right.
The scope of what I'm recommending is that changes to the project that have been proposed by the applicant since January will be open for public comment.
okay, so we're talking about height, setback,
And live work preference.
Live work preference. Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is Andrew Belak from Midpen. I'm sorry, may I just add one comment? I know it wasn't on this slide, but the general plan removal, that removing the general plan amendment is also a comment, is also a change, and putting that in for review after the Coastal Commission review of the LCP amendment. I don't know if it's possible, but if I know I think the planning staff have this slide as well. So if it's possible for them to potentially bring it on their screen as well, that would be great.
So we'll take a vote. If it's approved, give some time, somebody to do some editing while we take our break. And I'm again proposing a 5-minute break. Can I get a motion one way or the other?
So
I move that we open the public hearing.
Second.
And right, and stick to the changes only.
Okay. We have a motion, roll call.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Chairman Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you.
So, okay, so it's 1:22, so we'll be back at, we'll make it 1:30.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I'll be muting the microphones at this time. If you are here from the public, the chair just mentioned that we will resume the meeting around 1:30. Thank you.
We're back in session. We have one commissioner out for time beginning. We're going to open it up for public comment. The time limit is 2 minutes. It will be strictly enforced because it looks like we have a lot of people who may be interested, and we need to be able to accommodate them as if we can do that. So Sherry, I guess we turn it over to you for this portion.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. We'll now open up public comment for item number 4. As a reminder, you will see on your screen that this comment period is limited to any changes that were made after January. I do see 7 hands raised for this item. I will now call on Greg Dieguez, followed by Will Norris. Greg, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
I have a question for council that relates to the premise of this session. In time since the January 20th meeting, there have been a number of peer review studies and documents developed which raise fundamental questions about the project and are not addressed by today's Mid-Penn presentation. So who's going to be responsible by when for addressing things like the potential $10 million extra sewer cost, the EIR oversights, et cetera? When is that going to get to be spoken to is my question.
Okay.
Is that the end of your comment, Greg?
It's a question because I can't comment.
Okay. We'll take everybody's questions and comments and address them at the end.
Okay, Sherry, one question, Commissioner Hansen. I don't see the timing, the timer on the.
No, there won't be any, but I'm watching it on a clock
Oh,
here.
yes. Thank you for mentioning that. And I'll mention this to the public as well. Since we do have the PowerPoint displayed on the screen, we are unable to share both the PowerPoint as well as the timer. So Janeth is using her own timer, and she will give a cue to the members of the public when they have 30 seconds left, as well as when the time is up, so that the chair is aware, if that works.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Greg, do you have any more comments, observations?
No, I can't comment on things that I'm not allowed to comment on. So I'm asking why we can't get some explanation for all the new information that's come out in the last, what has it been, 4 months?
Okay. Okay, well, so noted, and we'll come back to all these questions at the end.
Thank you. We will now go to Will Norris, who has identified themselves as a Sierra Street resident, followed by Sid Young. Will, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Thanks so much. Yeah, as you noted, I'm here on Sierra Street, about 4 houses up from where the mid-Penn housing would be. I actually want to just kind of give a little bit of clarification on Commissioner Gupta's site visit. Y'all had talked a little bit about Sierra being a county road or not. The section that I'm on here, immediately adjacent to the mid-Penn housing area, is actually not county road, even though it is paved. The local residents paid to have this paved about 10 or 15 years ago. And so even before that section where it's unpaved, this is still not county road. Most of my comment is concern around the traffic plans, and I recognize that's not what we're looking for comment here on. I just wanted to provide that clarification. So yeah, that, you know, you're absolutely right. You probably saw my kids out there playing. I've got a little 2-year-old and a 5-year-old. There's a lot of young families here, and you're absolutely right. They're out on the streets a lot. And so certainly I have concerns about sending all that traffic through Sierra Street, but I'll hold that comment for future discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will. We will now move to Sid Young, followed by Anne. Sid, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Thank you. Actually, I still can't see the screen, so I'm not sure what I'm not allowed to talk about, but I do want to thank Mid-Penn for increasing the locals' percentage for their applicants for rental units to 75%. I think that'll help a little bit with traffic because we are a car-dependent community. But I just wonder if they're going to provide EV charging stations, and how will the kids walk to school because there's no sidewalks and there's no school buses? Or are they going to, as part of their direct service that someone mentioned, are they going to offer a shuttle to get those kids to school? Because if parents are both working, they may not be able to shuttle them down to high school or over to the elementary school. And I was on a Connect the Coast Side call recently, and there's still going to be some more. I think there's one coming up on the 15th, and it was brought up that Mid-Penn doesn't have any plans to pave the sidewalk along Highway 1 so the kids could walk to Fairlawn View School either. One of my concerns is if you do a Google Map aerial view of the Moonridge housing project, you can count when you zoom in 127 extra cars in the satellite view parked along the street, Miramontes Point Road. And it seems to me that Mid-Penn is under providing parking deliberately, which I feel will cause neighbor conflicts once the cars start overflowing out into the houses. At Moonridge, there's just green grassy fields on either side. So also, I noticed in the packet that it said that San Mateo County had contributed $4.5 million to Mid-Penn. And we as residents, longtime residents, still don't have a community center. So does that mean we'll be allowed to use your community center? Because right now, most of our public meetings are held at a little tiny sanitary district office in El Granada. It would be very nice. And last of all, let's see. Yeah, well, Greg brought up the wastewater and the sewer, so that's not on the list of stuff we can talk about, or the evacuation plan. So I was very happy when Commissioner Gupta brought up the fact that starting at Stetson and Sierra Street, it's not a county maintained road all the way up to, she said, one of them said Pearl, but it's actually Coral Street, where it finally becomes maintained and has sidewalks and curbs and gutters. But otherwise, it's a gravel road, and it's mostly puddles, and the residents fill it in when there's potholes. So that's something I want to know, is the Mid-Penn housing complex going to pay for the sharrows and the sidewalks for that proposed thing in a
You have exceeded your time allowed.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, Sid, you exceeded your time allowed.
I've used it up. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, well, I just want to quickly close and just say I hope you'll mitigate the community's concerns and also be aware of the toxic cleanup by the Naval Shipyard on the housing at San Francisco, because there's a big lawsuit now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson, for the record, who's keeping track of the time?
I am.
Is that Janet or you?
That is Janet.
I have my timer.
Okay, yeah, because I don't want to have the impression for the
Right.
people who speak, that one person is telling other one to time is off when the person in charge of the timing doesn't say anything about it.
Yeah.
Just for the record.
Thank you. Yes, Janeth will make sure to call that out 30 seconds before.
Thank
We
you.
do have 6 more, my pleasure. We have 6 more speakers. I will now call on Anne, followed by Len Erickson. Anne, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you very much. I ask that you please reject the proposed LCP and PUD amendments for the proposed Cypress Point project in Moss Beach. In light of the Black Lives Matter movement and widespread peaceful protest, I must speak out against the proposed changes to the LCP to remove the current designation of affordable housing and market rate combination to only affordable housing. The segregation of affordable housing from the surrounding community promotes economic inequality. Segregation is at the heart of systemic racism. The current LCP provides for a mix of market rate and affordable housing, unifies inhabitants, and creates equality for all. Those who can pay full rent would be able to financially support services that lower income tenants may not be able to. If units are interspersed among income levels, everyone is treated equally and viewed as each other as equals. Full rent payers will demand upkeep of the facility. I saw online Google reviews of Mid-Penn housing from Cecilia Rodriguez being evicted for complaining about non-repaired air conditioning and heating system at Hillsdale Townhouse. How many other people may not be on Google but fear complaining or they'll lose their housing? This is far less likely to happen when full rent payers are present. As someone who grew up impoverished, I understand intimately economic inequality. The proposed project creates economic inequality. We need to bridge the economic divide by living together, not separate. Mixed housing should be a standard in our fight against segregation. Another issue with this is that the handicapped or mobility challenged will need transportation from Cypress Point to any of the sites in town or even the bus, and that would be back. The grading is too great for there to be any wheelchair accessed ramps. This was mentioned in Connect the Coast side because of the 8%, greater than 8% hillside. Also, you cannot even put in the multimodal trail for access for handicap because of the hillside. Also, there is an endangered species of frog that was found in the ditches along streets, and that could also cause a problem with.
Time's up. Your time is now up. Anne?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anne.
Can I say something? I think Anne, I think just went totally off of the points that we're supposed to be discussing. So I would recommend that the chair, keep people on point as to what we're supposed to be discussing, if you don't mind.
I agree with you, Manuel. I was just thinking about it. Although it's a very important issue that you addressed about the economic inequalities, we need to focus on the changes that we came from January to today. And then at that point, maybe the chair will address the people, but then continue keeping the time in the way it is supposed to, because it's important to have people have the same opportunity to talk. Totally in agreement.
Thank you very much. We're ready for our next caller.
Thank you, Chair. We do have 7 more speakers. I will now call on Len Erickson, followed by Alexander Melendres. Len, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hello, this is Len
Yes.
Erickson. I'm the chair of the Mid-Coast Community Council. I've submitted a recent letter, which I believe our commissioners have. There's just 3 points I want to identify from it quickly. The first is I reminded you of the basic LCP charter maintenance of community character. And one of the 3 elements is key is limiting the height, and you've done that well. The other 2 items on community character and the negative traffic impacts are out there in the future. I have a comment that is not on these, but I think it's important to bring up. At the time of the 22nd of January meeting, the staff of the county said that the CDP, when done, would not be appealable to the Coastal Commission, And I believe that position has been reversed and that should be explicitly stated. Finally, as far as the roadway which you've taken off, I think the comments both with respect to your project and Connect the Coast side have been somewhat misleading in their relationship. And there are serious issues there that need looking at. It would have been better for you to extend the conversation, but I've covered those points in my letter to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Len. I will now call Alexander Melendrez, followed by John Q. Alexander, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hello, San Mateo County Planning Commission. My name is Alex Melendrez, and I'm representing the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County, or HLC. HLC is a nonprofit dedicated to working with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. We support these 71 homes for vulnerable families and individuals. I and HLC are more than comfortable with the changes MidPen has provided to this proposal since January, and it highlights just how MidPen continues to be accommodating and flexible to all public input. It's really just a small example of how MidPen listens and will continue to listen. All these changes since January, the building height and measurements, the building setbacks, the increase in preference for local residents and workers, just really go to show how MidPen wants to desperately provide these quality, affordable homes as soon as possible. Every single one of these 71 homes is a name, face, and family and a story. And I thank you for your leadership in moving these needed homes forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. We do have 4 more speakers. I will call on John Q, followed by Dolores Silva. John, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And hello, commissioners. Now, I know we're not officially addressing traffic assessment issues, but it's important to note that MidPen just pointed to Connect the Coast side to address and fix those issues. But since your last meeting in January, the Connect the Coast side actually launched their virtual kickoff meeting. It was on May 30th. And nowhere in that presentation were there serious proposals to address traffic impacts that will be caused by the Cypress Point project. So it seems disingenuous to dismiss traffic impacts by relying on Coast side or Connect the Coast side to fix them. They don't have any realistic plans to do that, and we're going to be further plunged into the commuting quagmire and safety issues that now exist. So I just want to point out that traffic impacts should be considered throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call on Dolores Silva, followed by Michael. Dolores, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hello, this is Dolores Silva. Thank you for entertaining my comments. I would like to start first by saying that while I agree that these changes need public comment, it doesn't seem proper to allow it without adequate public notice as required by the Brown Act. Many people are under the assumption that no public comment would be allowed on this, and now they are. But as far as my comments about the changes, the MCC and others have pointed out that the Mid-Coast has more bedrooms than jobs, unlike the majority of the Bay Area. And while I am grateful, I suppose, that local preference has been increased, I don't really understand it. Would they please define what the greater Moss Beach region is? That's who gets preference? I mean, what does that mean? Moss Beach is not very big. Great. And I guess I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have 3 more hands raised. I will now call on Michael, followed by Karen Demore. Michael, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Yes, my name is Michael Preto. I live on Buena Vista Street in Moss Beach. And the issue that I have, primarily is around the fact that I believe in one of the latest updates, there was a mention by MidPen that they are going to offset expenses to the local residents in the form of property taxes or something. And I kind of take objection to that they're forcing this project through and now they want the local residents to pay for it. Okay, that's my primary complaint right now.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comment?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
I will now call on our last two speakers, Karen Demore, followed by JQ Oswine. Karen, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, thanks commissioners for this opportunity. My name is Karen Demore. I'm a resident of Moss Beach. I'm also a board member of Resist Density, and our goal is to promote sensible planning for the San Mateo County Mid-Coast. I was prepared to say something else, but it looks like we don't have that opportunity. So I will just leave you with this, is that we really urge you to not approve a zoning and an LCP amendment until these major concerns with the project are addressed. Because if you approve a zoning change for 71 units, you're baking in a number that isn't supported now and doesn't appear to be able to be supported later. MidPen's had 4 years with their studies. Why haven't they presented acceptable solutions to the traffic, environmental, and other major impacts? And connect the coast side, some of these improvements are projected 10 years or more from now. So I just urge you to take time because this is moving the project forward when so much is still to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call on Jake Q. Oswine. JQ, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Hi, this is JQ Oswine. I'm a resident of Moss Beach. I'm also a board member of Resist Density. I would like to speak specifically to the change in the application since January with regard to the Appendix D, some of the changes in circulation patterns that are proposed, specifically the closure of Carlos Street at Highway 1. Right now, this intersection is heavily used by quite a few residents, probably hundreds for northbound traffic. So by moving that access for northbound traffic down to California Avenue, you're adding approximately a half a mile to vehicle miles traveled for every one of hundreds of residents, including those of Cypress Point. So I would suggest that this change is totally a non-starter. That's my comment.
Thank you, JQ. I do see one more hand raised, and that is for Aaron Ralston. Aaron, please accept this request to unmute your microphone and begin speaking.
Thank you, Sherry. I would like to voice my enthusiastic support for the Cypress Point Community Foundation project proposed for Moss Beach. I'm a lifelong resident of the coast side, and I think there are many reasons why we need this affordable housing, desperately need it. It's important to think about some of the economic realities here on the coast side. We have a high concentration of lower income jobs in the mid-coast region, whether people recognize that or not. Over 68% of jobs here on the coast pay less than $40,000 per year. And we have limited affordable housing stock. The 160 units at Moonridge give preference to farm workers, and the senior housing downtown is for seniors 65 plus. So I would really encourage the commission to consider MidPen's proposal and vote in favor of this project.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron. I don't see any more hands raised for this item, but I will turn it over to Janet in case there are any written comments.
Yes.
Thank you, Sherry. I don't have any new written comment as of now. If I do receive any, it will be posted on the website and emailed out to the rest of you.
Okay, let's wait about 30 seconds to see if somebody else, I want to make sure everybody had an opportunity.
Absolutely. As a reminder, if you're joining by phone, you may press *9 to speak.
We're not seeing anybody?
I see no more hands raised.
Okay, So I'll take a motion to close the public comment portion.
Yeah, motion to close.
Second. All
Okay.
right. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Chairman Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. So now we're into our discussion phase. Anybody wish to take the lead on this?
Oh, I'll jump in if you like.
Please.
Where to start? Well, let me just, I got to get this off my chest. This, these circulation improvements, the walking and bike route should be on California Street. It's the most direct route. It's the planned route for the parallel trail. And it's got the most gentle grade, like 4% compared to 17% for California Street. Anyway, and I just, I understand this is going to be hashed out and connect the coast side. And I just hope everybody that's interested in this project participates and connect the coast side so that we can get an outcome in Moss Beach, a circulation plan that the community wants, and not have it be driven. This comment happened at the MCC last week. It's starting to feel like the tail is wagging the dog as far as Moss Beach circulation. And so, okay, I got that off my chest. Thank you. So, so switching gears, I support the proposed reduced density and increased affordability for housing on this parcel. I think it's a worthy, much needed project for low-income residents with local jobs. I served on the Mid-Coast Community Council for 7 years, and I'm the chief author of the comprehensive August 22, 2018 MCC letter. And let me just read from that for a second. Many years of mid-coast growth without much needed and long identified bike ped safety and mobility improvements have caught up with us now, with too many people dependent on their cars and stuck in traffic without safe and convenient alternative transportation. The key challenge to this project is the isolated site without adequate transit or bike ped facilities, leaving residents mostly dependent on their cars to reach jobs and services on already congested roads. This is not to say that this affordable housing should not be built. The parallel trail and Highway 1 circulation and safety improvements being discussed with Connect the Coast side are long overdue anyway. The site is located on the route of the future parallel trail and close to the Highway 1 corridor. Downtown Half Moon Bay is 25 minutes by bus, and Pacifica is only 10 minutes if we can work out a convenient bus stop. I've lived for 23 years at Pillar Ridge, the manufactured home community behind the airport, also designated an affordable housing site, but it's not income restricted. We are even more isolated in an industrial zone, but our 227 families have managed since 1965 when Airport Street was a potholed gravel road. Sometimes it seems as though the people in my community and the services they perform in their local jobs are invisible. Anyway, I think just to wrap up, I would like to have the CDP appealability stated explicitly, and also the detail about posting MidPenn's presentation, the exhibits on the building height changes setback as part of the staff report, have that clarified. And that'll be it for me for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yes, just to echo Mrs. Ketchum's words here, I'm totally also in favor of supporting this project. In particular, I think that with the situation that we're in now, I think that COVID-19, I think, is going to exacerbate the need for affordable housing. If we were in big trouble before, I think we're about to get into a much more difficult situation because a lot of people are losing jobs. You know, their hours are getting reduced. So if there was ever a need for affordable housing, it's now. So also, you know, just to point out that the way I see it is we are reducing the amount of units that would be able to put in there, but now we're reducing from 146 to 71. That's a 50% reduction. I think it's only, you know, a positive side. Actually, you know, as we, Mrs. Gupta and I went to planners training not too long ago, this is precisely the kind of planning that the professional planners talked about, where you instead of doing a sprawl and putting houses all over the place, it's a lot easier to actually defend an area if you cluster homes for fire and, you know, so along those lines. And before, you know, so that I don't forget, I mean, one of the things that I was very concerned about is that we would actually come to having to make this decision at this time when we're still under quarantine, because I was hoping that we would actually do it in an open setting so that the public would actually come and be with us at this point when we were going to make a decision. So with that, I'm just saying, you know, I'm concerned that maybe not everybody that had any thoughts and ideas that wanted to say may not have been able to be with us. But at the same time, I think people needed to hear a resolution one way or the other. So this is where we are now.
Thank you. Commissioner Santa Cruz.
Well, I think quite the opposite in terms of like allowing the people, although we already have in the past went to discuss with the people who are interested in this process. I think being under this kind of situation with the limited access directly or indirectly for people who are not technically savvy in doing this, didn't have the opportunity to discuss any amendment and being impacted by this project, people who are surrounded. I would rather have this type of project postponed to have an opportunity to everyone to come over and discuss any amendment or changes being added, because they are the one who's going to be directly impacted. Like, for instance, the issue of this person who talked about it, about the $10 million wastewater project, which directly referred to what Manuel was talking about, that we need more than a simple letter. We need more like a specific regarding the impact of this wastewater for this project. Another important topic who was discussed right now is like a EV charging in such a far out location, or they have a shuttle service. And if we're talking about affordable housing, some of those people will not have cars. And then they will probably need shuttle service for the kid or EV charging station. Another important issue that I heard is what we're facing right now, economic and racial inequalities. How to go about, do we have a layout plan? How to go about it? They have preference for local residents and workers. How many local residents and workers are on the minority part of the process? How many Blacks? How many Latinos? And so, you know, I mean, that's things that we cannot really move forwards right away in this kind of situation, which I'd rather have it discussed in a more open forum than people who are not technically savvy, like some of the minorities are, who have an opportunity to talk and discuss issues. I think it's a good idea that maybe we can postpone the general plan amendment and allowing this specific project to be discussed where the majority of people be able to have access. That's my points that I discussed and I gathered from what from what I hear from the participants. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gupta.
I think some of the comments made by my colleagues, I agree with. Okay. Some I may have different opinion. Some of the public speakers felt that this is not a good site or location for affordable housing. But I think this is as good a site as can be, and people need these homes yesterday, okay? And like Commissioner Ramirez said, that with this COVID-19, we are going to have even more need for affordable housing, okay? And in terms of commercialization, there was that also brought up some time ago, that there are no stores close by. How are they going to get to their daily needs type of thing? It will happen. It's known to have happened. Commercialization as needed will take place. So I am for it. And I think that 11 acres could actually take more than 71 units, but 71 is a good start. I think there's room there if at a later date there's expansion, plans for expansion that could happen. And some of the things, there are some issues. I was happy to see that at least it's on the radar of Mid-Penn to look at that. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure that they do look at those and address those to make the community safe there, because it's very important. There are families living there. Even one of the neighbors mentioned that it's his little young kids who play there. It's very important that we address all those things and they are safe in doing whatever they do, whether they play, whether they walk to school or the pedestrian paths. So I think Mid-Penn still has work to do, but this is the first step. Thank you.
Thank you. My take on this is a first step of many, because first we're being asked what the concept to be. You know, we're going to see final plans next year. They're going to have time to take and evaluate all the questions that came up and work out the details. We're not here to work out the details today. The idea is, can we make these changes? Is this the path we want to go on? Can they get the approvals farther down the line so they can come back with a concrete proposal where we'll look at the buildings, the sizing, things. We're giving the parameters. I think the concept of affordable housing is very desirable. Is this the most ideal spot? No, it isn't. But to get the ideal spot, we probably end up trying to do eminent domain or something like that. I want to deal with what we have and to make it work. Now, back in the 70s, you've heard me that I lived on farm housing. You know, we had to clear out the rats before we moved in. I would have loved to be able to be in this spot. I could make it work, and I would have had a better life. I see nothing that makes this a bad spot. I see the willingness to work to make it a great spot. I see the willingness to make this a better project. I'm for the concept, and I applaud them, and I wish them to go forward, and we'll take care of the details in the next round. So that's where I am. So I'm basically hearing that we should move on. Someone want to add more comments to it? Lisa, I think you're talking, but you're muted.
I was, sorry. One quick thing, I got a text. I think I misspoke when I was ranting on about Carlo Street. I mean, I said California. So what I'm trying to promote is Carlos Street for bike, ped, parallel trail, and don't close off the access to the highway. If I said California Street was the street, I misspoke. And other than that, yes, let's get back to what you were saying.
Okay. So hearing no further comments, so does someone like to do a motion?
Sure.
I'll do. I'll take care of it.
Let Commissioner Ramirez do.
Okay, I'm gonna move that the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution directing staff to submit the local coastal program LCP amendments for California Coastal Commission certification.
I second.
Lisa, does this cover all the things you wanted to concern that you brought up earlier?
Yeah, I think it's understood. I wanted those 2 slides included with the staff report on building height. I think that's doesn't need to be in the motion. I think.
Okay.
Get that done.
All right. I'll call for a roll call vote. Janet?
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ketchum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
No.
Chairman Hansen.
Aye. So
Thank you.
congratulations, and you can now move on to your next step of the process. And we'll move to correspondence and other matters.
Chair Hansen, I have no correspondence to report to the commission today.
Okay. Now, how about study session for the next meeting?
I do not have a study session planned for the next meeting. We currently have one item on the June 24th meeting, and that will be an update to our second unit regulations to bring them into compliance with new state laws.
Okay. Director's report?
I just have one thing to note on Friday of last week. The county manager issued an executive order temporarily suspending any use permit requirements or parking exception requirements to allow restaurants to have outdoor seating on premises. This is just a temporary relief in hopes that restaurants will be able to reopen to a limited degree in a manner that's consistent with the health order. And to facilitate that, we are temporarily suspending use permit and parking exception requirements.
My comment on that, I think that's a positive thing that maybe we should consider more on a permanent basis for a lot of locations. It's really nice to be able to walk through a neighborhood with dining and pedestrians as opposed to wall-to-wall cars and fighting for a spot. So I just like it.
Very good. And that's the only matter I wanted to bring up in my report. I want to thank the commissioners for sticking through a long meeting. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Steve, did you have anything on Connect the Coast side?
As was mentioned in the during the last hearing, we have some upcoming workshops. We did the kickoff workshop this past weekend. We had around 45 people participate, and the upcoming workshops, which are more specific to particular locations along the mid-coast, I understand have even more people registered. So, so far it's been a very valuable discussion, and we look forward to getting some more of the community's feedback, and we would encourage the commissioners to tune in to these workshops if you have the time.
Yeah, I did attend that one. It was good. This was my first time, so it gave me some insights into what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for participating.
Any other questions from the commissioners or comments or updates? No?
Nope.
So let's adjourn.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Wow.
Okay. Stay healthy.